Act? Arbitration. Okay. So people who have studied group 2, no? Those people. Which paper in group 2? Which paper do you like? Group 1, group 2. ECAPL. CMSL. Okay. So how many of you are done with CSWT? CSWT. Okay. No UG. Okay. No LLB. So can I ask why CS? Different from CA, yeah? What reason? On good reason. Why you think CS is a better choice? Okay. So people, to understand subjects, there are 3 types of subjects here. 1, numericals. Numbers. 2, theory subjects. 3rd, law. So in a CS, we have 3 subjects. It's not theory and numericals. It's numerical, theory, and law. Okay. So first thing to understand, there's a lot of difference between theory as such and law. So law is something which you need to interpret. So why interpretations are important? You have already seen something under the General Clause Act, interpretation of statutes. You have to interpret some rules of interpretation. Harmonious construction, adjust them generis and all. Okay. Something called as nociter associes. Okay, super. So setting up a business and labor laws. I'll be doing the part B, which is labor laws. Very scoreable paper, very scoreable part. So group 1, whenever you're planning for any group, assume you are taking 2 groups, there should be at least 1 paper in each of the groups which will help you to clear that. Meaning the paper which can get you that momentum to clear the group. So I would say, if you are asking me, second group, it's always ECAPL. 1 paper. CMS is so my name is Sooraj, I take 3 papers. CMSL, company law, and labor laws. But for Bangalore, I'll be taking only labor laws. For Chennai, I take all 3 papers. Company law, CMSL, and labor laws. So why labor laws? So when I say for a CS executive program, the moment you clear CS executive 1 group, trust me, you are going to clear CS professional. Done. So you'll understand how serious you should be. So you're done with CSWT, I would say, you have to grow. So when someone is saying, sir, I cleared CA foundation, I say, okay. So CA foundation is done. You're okay. You're good to clear CA final. When I say CSWT, I'd say CS is a good standard. But the moment you clear 1 group of CS executive, you're good enough to clear CS professional. So my journey started with the same like this. What? A below average student, maths, physics and chemistry. So I said I'll go for commerce, 11th and 12th. For 11th and 12th, I got suspended from school for plucking coconut from school. Got suspended. That notorious kid, you can imagine that student. So after 12th, my goal was to go to a proper college to finish my BCom with 2 goals. 1, Malayalam film industry. 2nd, marry a rich girlfriend. Find a rich girl, settle. 2 goals. 3 years of hard work. 3 years, 2 goals, nothing worked. So I said, okay, we'll do something else. So last year of your college, someone will come, officially kidnappers, career guidance people. They call them kidnappers. Kidnappers, they'll come to take you, snatch you for place. They say, come join our academy. Official kidnappers? Career guidance, what do you call? Okay. So yeah, so I had to start my CS program. So someone asked me, what is CS? I was like, sir, why this question? Computer science has nothing to do with CS. So they said, no, I was the only person who was laughing after my joke. So because everybody went like this. They're like, sir, we know what is CS. And my friend said, let's start CS. So I was surprised, what is this course all about? Company secretary course. They said, it is one of the toughest course in India. You try this, you will be settled. Life will be taken care of. I said, okay. Now it's time to change your motto from your rich girlfriend Malayalam film industry to settling in life. Okay. So I went for this college. I started the CS program. First day they started, so I was sitting, 42 students. I was sitting in the first row. They started with something called as CMSL paper, capital markets. They said bull, bear, stock market kind of thing. So I was like, wow, put 100 rupees today, tomorrow become settled, life is sorted. I was like, okay, super, life is settled. Second day they said something called as accounts. So I moved from this bench to that. Then they started with costing, 5 rows back. Now taxation, 1 row back. Now they said company law. So I came 2 rows front. Now again, some other problem paper, financial management. Again, it went to the back row. So now no more space to go. So I started attending classes. Some papers were good. I enjoyed some papers. So most of the papers I was not enjoying. So I felt really bad. I stopped taking coaching. I went to my hometown with the mindset that it's not going to work for me. First, I raised a complaint against the faculty. Teaching is not good. But then I realized I was the only person who was raising a ticket. Others understood. That moment I realized I'm not only like scared, I'm jealous too. Because I'm jealous. Others are doing well. It's like, oh, what to do? Now I went back to my hometown. I told my parents that I won't be doing the CS program. I don't think I'm apt for this course and all. They said, why don't you give a try? I said, no, I don't think this is working for me. So I started sitting, depression, stage 1, anxiety, stage 3, whatever you call, sad, depressed, frustrated, and jealous. Because my friends are doing good now, jealous. So I was a bit confused. And my friend said they are preparing well for this attempt, so and so attempt. Then I started doing self-study. After this academy time, I started doing self-study. So I started with company law, one paper which I have some kind of confidence. So as I started doing this paper, company law. Then I moved to ECAPL. So somewhat papers were doing good. Other papers were actually very, very difficult for me. Like costing kind of paper, financial management, Income Tax Act. Those papers started troubling me. Other papers were okay. Then I gave my first attempt. Results came. For all 4 papers, I became all India topper. For 4 papers, I became all India topper. Okay. There started my journey. So I was a person who left the classroom entirely because I was not understanding anything. Then I started gaining some interest. And I was able to pull 4 papers, like 77, 79 kind of thing. Then I'm the only South Indian to represent South to win an All India Company Law quiz event. So every year, Institute of Company Secretaries of India will conduct a national event called as All India Company Law Quiz. I'm the only South Indian to represent South to win a national event in the year 2017 during my executive days. Then I cleared CS Professional first attempt. I got placed. Then later at some point of time I realized that I want to do something called as a teacher, full-time teaching. So I was doing pretty good in my corporate. I said, okay, I'll go for teaching. because I want to ensure that I help people. So I started my own academy, online academy for economically weaker students across India. I was doing good, but my salary, my remuneration went drastically down. So I made application to different academies across India, across Kerala, and they rejected me. I said, sir, I'm best in the country. My academic thing, I know, sir, you see me. Yeah, you give me a question, I'm ready to solve. You give me a subject, I'm ready to teach. They said, but your experience with teaching is zero, no? So I made a fake application. Same photo changed, edited. There also they rejected. Now, finally, one academy gave me some hope, saying that you can come teach CMA Inter. So there I started my journey as a full-time teacher. I'm like 3.5-4 years of teaching experience. Now I take for CS Executive, it's company law, CMSL, and labor laws. For CS Professional, I take corporate finance paper. So we'll be doing this particular subject called labor laws. You have to trust the process. It's a very easy subject, but labor codes are introduced, which makes it difficult to understand. So you have to ask me doubts whenever you are feeling confused. I'm okay to explain n number of times without changing my expressions. So feel free to ask. No matter what's your money, you have invested something here. It's your duty to ask. If you're not asking a doubt, and the subject is very easy, you will feel that if you're not asking a doubt, I feel that Arivu has paid you for you people attending the class. You didn't pay because Arivu is like, we'll pay 1 lakh rupees, you come and sit in your class. If it's your money, then you should definitely ask a doubt. So that's how we are going to build this subject. So labor laws. So labor laws, if you ask me, your part B comprises of chapter number 14 to 23. So I'll share my study material, but I'll be teaching from study material because I'm one of those faculties who love teaching from ICSI material rather than focusing on my material. I like that part of teaching from institute material because when you go to the extreme case, you'll understand that it's going to be fine. Okay. So people 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. How many chapters? 9 chapters. If you ask me, chapter number 15 says Introduction to Labor Code. 16, 17, 18, 19 are 4 labor codes. This is your second attempt. We are having a labor code. So if you ask me, 15 chapter, there's nothing to teach. They say, we are introducing you to chapter number 16, 17, 18, 19. 4 labor codes. So if you ask me 4 labor codes, it's nothing but previously we assumed that we had 40 separate laws. Assume that the 40 laws are segregated into 10 into 4 units. That's how 4 labor codes are born. So the labor codes are built in such a manner that all the prior acts are clubbed together in different 4 codes. So the 4 codes will be a bit lengthy. And if you ask me, remaining chapters, so I'll be starting with 20, 21, 22. If you ask me, these 3 chapters you can move in 2 hours. 2 hours you can finish 3 chapters. It's that simple. So 3 chapters in 2 hours are very much possible because 1.5 pages, 2 pages, 3 pages. But if you ask me 16, 17, 18, 19, these are consisting of different 10 laws put together into one code. So it's going to be kind of lengthy. So we have solid 10 days. If you ask me, first day, I'll finish 3 chapters. Second, I'll finish 2 chapters or 3 chapters. Then maybe 3 days for 1 chapter. 3 days for another chapter. That's how we are going to move. Okay. Because the pages are very small for these older version laws. So we'll start. So I would say your subject is divided into 3 categories. Labor laws is divided into 3 categories. 1. These four laws are were there and is still prevalent. Assume that there are 100 laws in the country, 100 labor laws in the country. In that, these 4 remains as such. These laws remains as such. Very easy, same concept. Then Constitution and labor laws. One separate chapter. Constitution and labor law. How is Constitution telling you that you have to follow labor laws? Then remaining every laws. Assume that there are 95 laws. Those laws are clubbed into these 4 codes. So it's like 4 units. 1 unit on what do you mean by Constitution and labor laws. Then what are the 4 labor codes, and a chapter which will introduce you to labor code. So put together you have 3 segments. One segment, what is Constitution and labor laws. Second, what are those laws which were prevalent and is still running, and what are those labor codes, meaning all other laws are clubbed into 4 headings. So we'll be starting with these versions, smaller in nature. Then we'll jump into the 4 codes which are so prevalent for your this attempt. From this attempt onwards, I would say your December 26 onwards, these things will be tested. And you people are lucky enough because this is your first or second attempt. Labor codes are introduced, this is your second attempt. So very high chance that you can easily clear this subject. So whenever you are planning one group, every time you have to understand there should be a paper that is very easy to score. One subject that will help you to clear the momentum, get that momentum. So always plan a subject. When you read, so first group, which is your core, I would say it's company law. So can I focus on company law? I would say no. So that's your core. No. That's your core for a life, not for CS exams. So CS exams, you are focusing on some other paper which can help you crack the group, the aggregate. So first group, which is your core, I would say company law. Second group, which is your core, I would say CMSL, my opinion. So first group is company law. Second group, you have CMSL, very core. So should I focus on these 2 papers? Yes, you have to focus because this is going to be a bread and butter. Okay. Or your upma, or your favorite food, whatever you call. But in order to reach that position, so for you to interpret company law and CMSL, you should be knowing that you have to clear the program. So to clear CS executive, you need some papers which can help you with the group. So always focus on papers which can help you with the group. So group 1, I would say, if you focus, JAGL will be dry for you, but it's very easy to score. Setting up a business and labor law will be very easy for you people to score. Company law is very easy to understand, but it will be very difficult when it comes to exam. Then there is one paper called as like CAFM. Second group, if you ask me, you have CMSL paper, which is your core. So read CMSL thoroughly. You have an ECAPL paper, very easy, scoreable. Then comes your taxation, scoreable paper. And CS professional papers are very easy. So if you ask me, sir, among CS executive, so I would say, it's my opinion, okay, my personal opinion. So if you're done with, concentrate, you're done with first 3 papers of group 1 or 3 papers of group 2, you're clearing this first group with 3 papers, concentrate, 3 papers, second group with 3 papers, then it's equivalent to CS professional, you're done with both groups, 2 groups, I would say. That's my opinion. If you ask me, it's my call. So if you ask me, Sooraj, can you clear CS executive and CS professional? I would say yes, very easily, because I know 3 papers in group 1, 3 papers in group 2, and CS professional 2 groups. So what about that one paper? I am helpless with that paper. If you ask me, this paper is a bit challenging for me. Which one? CAFM for me. So if you ask, generally people will say CMS is very difficult for them. According to me, CMS is one of the easy paper. Some people say company law is the toughest paper. For me, company law is easy. For me, CAFM is difficult. So when I wrote my CS Executive and CS Professional, I felt CS Executive was difficult, not CS Professional. CS Professional was manageable for me. For me, a problem paper called as Financial Management was difficult, that too in executive stage. So I would say, move strategically with your Group 1 preparation. Group 2, it's going to be easy. Comparatively easy. Why, sir? Because 3 papers. There's always that impact of one paper is going to affect you. So, whenever you're reading any group, there should be at least 1 or 2 papers which can help you with the aggregate. So, focus on that paper which can. In my previous batch, there was a student. So, in CMSL, I was having top marks, all India range. My student broke that record. CFM. If you ask me, my scores will be somewhere in 40 to 45. I have a student in my previous batch who is like 69. So there are people who can score really with CFM and all. So understand, they'll be at some point of time you will realize which subject works well for you. Focus on that paper and aggregate and clear the aggregate. Okay, because you have a lot of opportunities coming as a company secretary, and it's not easy to clear. It's not at all easy. So there's a demand, very less supply, but that doesn't mean that if your quality is poor, they will never let you in. So if you ask me, in a class of, I would say in a classroom of 100 students, how many people will clear? 15. Assume that 15. Usually it is like between 9 and 14. 9 and 14 out of 100. Now what is your class? 30? Almost 30 students. What do you think is the pass percentage? Out of 100 what? You tell me. You think out of 30, 11 will clear? If the average trend is, it's going to be 5, 4 and all, no. So think about that scenario. So I'm telling you, in reality, every one of you are capable of clearing CS, but not in first attempt. Unless you put a decent effort from day one. You will realize this only after first attempt. I'll tell you, most of the students when I meet, no, they will be like, sir, we understand the reality, we are working on it. How serious? We don't know. Because you have never seen a CS professional exam like this. So first time you are writing a professional exam, you will understand how serious you should be or you should have been. So one group of CS executive will help you clear CS professional. But it's not easy to clear one group of CS executives. So I'll tell you like this. If you clear one group of CS executive, you'll clear CS professional very easily. But you will not clear one group of CS executive. So one group of CS executive is equal to CS membership, I would say. But it's not easy for that one CS executive, one group. Because you should understand where you stand. What I have to do to clear the CS executive. So technically, I believe CS executive one group is equivalent to CS membership. But CS executive one group is not easy. So understand where you stand. Prepare well. So how are you planning to prepare for your CS executive? How many hours do I require? My preparation was, I did self-study. My CS executive was somewhere in 2.5 to 3 hours. My CS professional was somewhere in 5 to 6 hours. Self-study. But I was preparing strategically without any distractions. Now you people are subject to distractions. You should understand how to stay away from that distraction. Now people, for a CS program, I go with one rule. There are 2 policies which I keep in mind. One, it's okay to be slow. It's okay to be dead slow. Unless and until you say, I quit. It's okay to be dead slow. It's okay. Sir, I moved only 1 page today. Sir, yesterday I moved 10 pages. Today, 1 page. Progress, yes, definitely progress because you're moving. It's okay. Not every day is going to be positive. There can be some days which will challenge you a lot. So just move on. Second rule, if you think you can, then you can. If you think you can, then you can. If you think you can't, then you are right. If you think you can, then you can. If you think you can't, then you are right. Even I vouch for that. If you think you can, then you can. If you think you cannot, then you are absolutely right. So first thing is trusting the process. So I am here as a mentor as well. So if you need any support, it's not about academic thing. It can be anything. Sir, I went through a breakup last week. I'm yet to recover. I can come up with a solution. Okay. But first goal is to clear CS. All you need is solid preparation. Solid preparation, I would say. Okay. Now tell me, why do you think CS and labor laws are connected? Why labor laws is in our syllabus? Every company should follow labor. Okay, company is having labors. Okay. Manpower. Okay. So if you ask me, my thing is, sir, I have to clear CS executive. This is one of the easiest paper. My first answer. Second, so someone says you are a KMB. What is KMB? Da? CS is a key MB. Something like that. Key managerial personnel. Key MB. KMB. Something like that. Okay. What is key managerial personnel? Okay. You belong to the top class. You belong to the board. So board of the only those people who can talk to the board of directors. See, assume that you have finished your BCom. You are growing day 1, day 2, day 3, like this, year 1, year 2, year 3. The moment you are about to reach that stage where you can have a conversation with the board of directors, you would have resigned. But think about a scenario, you are clearing a CS program. Day 1, you are sitting with board. You think any other course is having that privilege? Nothing in the CS in employment will have the privilege. So now understand, you are working as a team. So you feel that I'm part of what? Employer. Wow, I'm a key managerial personnel. So now you'll frame a policy which will help the company. At the same time, you should realize the fact you are still a worker there. Now as a company secretary, you have to bridge a balance between both angles. You are an employer, you design a program in such a manner that employees are working. At the same time, it should not be used as a tool to exploit them, because you are also one of that employee. So that one part of labor law is very important, because as a company secretary, you should be knowing that this is not right. This is not fair. At the same time, you have to say that, sir, we can do a strategic approach for labor hiring. Now, if the labor laws were not in picture, what if the employer asks you to work till 12 o'clock? Morning 8 to night 12. What if you are asking for leave, he is not giving you a leave? What if you are retiring, they are not giving you some gratuity or some retirement benefit? What if you met with an accident, they are not ready to compensate? What if they are not paying you a Diwali bonus? Your in-laws will come into the house. You have to spare a lot of money. Diwali celebration, Pongal celebration, Ugadi celebration, Onam celebration. What will you do? Now think about a scenario. Think about a Monday morning. There is a factory. Think about a factory. And there are people moving towards that factory of different age groups. Men, women, child, whatever age group. Think about those people going in. You can hear the sirens of the factory. Siren, you're listening? Now the camera zooms in to the interior part, like where people are working. So there is a factory where people are working. There's one person who's working without a helmet, a proper gloves, or some goggles. Suddenly, there is one beep. Machine got stuck. His hands got stuck in that machine. Without even realizing the fact that machine was jammed, he lost his one hand. Now, employer comes, he scolds you for not wearing a gloves. Now you are asking, sir, you didn't provide me a glove. You didn't provide me a helmet. He said, okay, you have to put your resignation because you can't work without your hand. Next day, he lost his job. No retirement compensation, nothing. Think about how his family, consisting of his wife, aged, grandparents, parents, and his children, will survive. It's India. How do you think they will survive? This is why labor laws are very important. You have to understand you are the people who are there to bridge the gap between employer and labor. You have to tell them what is the impact of this course, impact of labor laws, impact of factory laws. Now, every laws, you know how a law has been framed? They'll prepare a draft, they'll write a draft, then they'll submit to Houses of Parliament, approve, then go to President for their assent. That's how a bill is coming into as an act, Companies Act, any law you see. But I would say labor law is only law which is not written in ink. It's written in blood, sweat, hard work. Because all those things, you just Google some factory incidents. Now you'll understand factory accidents, You'll see, assume that there's a tiles factory. There's a person who's arranging the tiles factory. One fraction of a second, the India tiles can, like cream biscuit. This is happening in India. A lot of accidents. That's why this paper is so important for you. You have to tell that, hello, employer Anna, you can make a profit if you are not providing them helmet. Because lesser cost means more profit, But what about that scenario without that helmet? He's working in that KGF. Something happens. You are accountable for his family. So as a complaints officer of law, you should be there to tell the crowd, tell everyone that it's not about company law. It's not about securities law, where you think about management, administration, money, everything. It's all about these ground level workers who are helping India grow. So it's always important for a company secretary to understand labor laws. Okay. So we'll start with labor laws. Okay. So as I told you, I'll be starting with your institute material. I'll be happy if you can take print. You are having a second material, good. If you not, take a printout of institute material. I'll be sending my material. You can keep it with you. That's for my marketing. Sooraj sir's material, best in the country. The best material which you can see in the market is ICSI material. Okay. So there's no material as good as ICSI material. So I'll teach from the best material rather than marketing my material. So, sir, can I ignore ICSI material? No. Can I ignore Sooraj sir's material? Absolutely yes. So if you want like last minute revision, sir, I don't think. So best investment when you're doing a CS is to have a notebook, sketch pen, and a different highlighters. Sir, okay, sir, I'll have two green. One green is finished, I'll use green, another green. No. You should have multiple colors of highlighters where you can mark and understand. And for this subject, it's always a direct question. You don't have to panic at all. It's very easy to clear. But understand the logic. Understand that why this is important. So not every point. See, if you ask me, there are a lot of definitions. If you take a labor code, first 35 pages will be definitions. But it's not like they are going to test you. What do you mean by this? It's all about the provisions. But when you're reading a provision, you might interpret this subject in a very different manner. So in order to avoid confusion, we can always refer back to definition. So don't read definition as a purpose for clearing exams. When you're reading a law, you're confused with a word called as factory. Sir, what is factory? One big building, sir? No. You have to come back, refer the definition part. Okay. So focus on institute material. Always think about a 5-mark question. Say, for example, you have 40 marks paper, no? 40 marks. How many 5-mark questions? 8. So think about 8 5-mark questions. That's how you are going to start this subject, not every subject. It's going to be direct, easy. So my role is like for a self-study student or student who is doing self-study, I'm here telling you that I'm here with you to help you, guide you with this paper. Okay, so some provisions you have to go in depth, some provisions are it's easy. Online no? Okay, so we'll start with chapter number 20, Child and Adolescent Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act. So maximum 25 minutes this chapter will be done. Then labor law simplification of procedure furnishing returns, chapter number 22, maximum 12 minutes, 13 minutes. Chapter number 21, Apprentice Act, almost 2 hours. That's the end of today's session. 3 chapters we have for our today's session, 20, 21, 22. Okay. Okay. So, page number 629. Okay. So, people, the Child and Adolescent Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986. Okay. Sir, so when I teach labor laws, what you have to plan is, I'll tell you, this chapter will explain everything. We'll have probably, say for example, 3 questions from this chapter, 3 likely questions. I want you to mark that, write in a book whenever you find time. That's all. Only those 3 questions can be expected. That's how you learn. It's very direct, very easy to crack, but understand the logic of this, because initial 3 chapters, 4, 5 chapters will be very easy. The moment we move to labor code, it's going to be very different wavelength. Okay, because the content wise it's very big. You have 10 laws clubbed into one code. That part is difficult. See, this is one law. How many pages? 3 pages. 3 pages, one law. If you ask me next page chapter, it's going to be 1.5 pages. That's all. So assume that there's a 3-page chapter. Similarly, 10 chapters, 30 pages will be on code. Or 15 chapters. So 45 pages will be another code. That's how some codes are difficult. Big. Okay. So now. So people, first law, which is the Child and Adolescent Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986. Okay. Well, you know, who is a child? Child below 18 years? Okay. Okay. Adolescent? Below 18. Okay. So the purpose of this law. First purpose is to tell you what is a child and adolescent? Because you are confused, no? You're confused, no? So what do you think? If it's a child, can he work in a company? Why? Oh, so you mean to say a child is prohibited to work?
No.
Okay. Is prohibited to work? Okay, no worries. Now, adolescent, some other age group, can he work?
Yeah.
Sir, prohibited, sir? No, it's regulated. So the point is, this chapter is regarding, I'm going to prohibit a child labor and regulate a adolescent worker. Sir, what about adults? One person who was 18 plus. That you have under labor codes. So labor code talks about, I'm appointing a person who is eligible to work. 18 plus. What about the remaining category? Can they still work? Yes, sir, but subject to some other law. So labor code will talk about hiring a person. Hiring a person. Say, for example, code on wages will talk about all the wages payment related activities. Code on social security will talk about what are the social security, like your gratuity, PF, etc. So what about employing? You should be employing a person who is more than 18 years, meaning you have to hire an adult only for all this work. Sir, in India, but there are some people working, no? Say, for example, in a you see a film, you see an actor who is 6 years. So they are also working, no? So how do they come under that law? No, sir. They come under some other law. So that law is called the Child and Adolescent Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986. So this is a separate law. It's a separate law which talk about how do I govern working of a child and adolescent. With me? That's the purpose of this chapter. Okay. Sir, should I understand the definitions? Always remember, unless I tell you this definition is too much, you have to go in depth. Otherwise, don't read definitions. But for purpose of reading a law, you might get confused with some word. That time you have to come back, see the definition. Whenever you are stuck, always go back to a definition. So we'll start with law, but whenever you are confused, you should always refer this law. So understand, we are going to see something called as adolescent and child. So what is a child? Who is a child? Means a person not completed his 14 years of age. So we are talking about a person called as child who has not completed 14 years of age. Okay, so who is a child? Not completed 14 years. So who is an adolescent? He's completed his 14 years but not completed 18. So what? So who has completed 18 is called adult. So for adult, what laws, sir? We have labor codes. But in India, some child as well as adolescent is working, no? For their working conditions, some law should talk, no? That law is called India's Child and Adolescent Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act of 1986. So they are trying to prohibit subject to conditions, regulate subject to conditions. So you will come across one more word called as occupier. Occupier. In relation to an establishment or a workshop means a person who has ultimate control over the affairs of the establishment. Say for example, in a company, the control of the company is with board of directors. In a factory, someone should take a control, no? A controlling person, we can call it as occupier. So occupier is a person who has ultimate control over affairs of an establishment. So on a like a supervisor, someone is having a control over the affairs of the company, we should give a name, no? That name is called occupier. So we have seen three words. One is called adolescent, very easy. Child, occupier. Let's start the law. First question. So now people, we are good at numbers, no? And the section number mugging up. Okay. I have never studied any section in my life. My CS journey, if you ask me, I have never studied anything. CS executive, nothing. CS profession, nothing. company law one or two random section during executive, company law some random regulations in CS professional during my professional. So if you ask me, less than 10 sections put together in every laws I learned. Still I clear, no? So if you're confident, you think that you need a section number, go with section number. But if the faculty is insisting that you have to learn a section number, go with that. If you ask me, you need not remember a section number, because no one is here to ask you. Think about a scenario. A client is approaching you. He is asking a doubt. You are saying, please refer section number 14. Do you think it will work? You should explain what is section number 14. No. But when you are talking in a in a courtroom, there are two advocates. Now you can say, sir, ask for section 4. No, it's 3. That communication part, I understand section numbers. But to reach that point, you have to clear exams. No. That time, or when you reach a client stage, you are explaining a concept. You should be a teacher rather than a person who is remembering the section numbers. So you should know the content of the section rather than the section number. So first question they can ask you is, first question. How is this law? Which one? Child and adolescent prohibition law talk about prohibition of employment of children in any occupational process. So can I say that law is trying to tell you we are not regulating, we are prohibiting, meaning a blanket ban. To whom? Children's employment. Okay. In any occupations or process. Easy. So the law is telling you, as per this law, you are not allowed to employ a child in any occupation. So how is the law regulating this? So they can ask you, how is a law in India regulating employment of a child in a job, in an employment, in an occupation? So let's read 5 more question. Okay. No child shall be employed or permitted to work in any occupation or process. They're telling you, no child. Who is a child? 14. You understand that. So no child shall be employed or permitted to work in it. So how difficult the question can be? They can ask you, there is a person who is hired for work. As per his Aadhaar card, his age is 15. Whether I have to read this provision? No, because this is regarding adolescent. So only for understanding the most extreme complex scenario where they can give an age. That's the reason why you're learning who is a child, who is adolescent. If not, they'll ask you how is the law regulating the working of a children or a child. So they're telling you, no child shall be employed or permitted to work in any occupation. Okay, sir. Any occupation, sir. Any occupation. Super, sir. Except. So they are giving an exception. So their point is, we are not allowing a child to work except in the following scenario. What is that scenario? Sir, we run a restaurant. We, myself, my wife, my parents put together, we are running a restaurant business. My child, who is 8 years old, is walking here and there. He's like, I'll pour some water. Can he do so? Yes. He can help his family or family enterprise. Okay. Family or family enterprise after his school hours or during vacation. So law is telling you, you cannot hire a person who is less than 14 years. But it's okay for you to have your own family members for your work, provided it is after his school hours and during vacation. Meaning, at no cost you are not going to affect his school. Okay. Now, my factory is into hazardous thing. Hazardous. After school hours, can I permit my child? No. So, first point, other than hazardous occupational process. So, first point, you cannot employ a child except for your family business during his post school hours and vacation, but it can never be for a hazardous occupation. Pakka? Now, you can allow your child to work as an artist, audiovisual entertainment, film, advertisement, TV serials, etc., etc., subject to such conditions and safety measures. You have to ensure his safety. You cannot take a child for a actor role and you have to jump to the 5th floor. Subject to safety, you can have. So first point, you can have him for your family business except hazardous occupation. Second thing, you can allow him to work in an artist, audiovisual or any entertainment purpose except circus. So first point, family business is allowed except hazardous. Then artist is allowed but circus is not allowed. But in no case shall not affect his school education. Pakka, done with first question. This is your first question. How is a law regulating prohibition of employment of children in any occupation process? So use highlighters, understand the difference. Read this. When you are writing also, write no child shall be employed except. So put a separate ink for except. When you write sketch pen, except first point, help his family enterprise or work an artist, both are single colors. Now other than hazardous, put a red. Second here, other than circus, put a separate red. Then one more point, however no work shall affect his school education. If this is done in an exam, instead of putting sketch pen, you cannot use a sketch pen exam now. Use a different bold or underlining. That's how you will easily earn 5 marks. Very easy to score. But make sure you are impressing them using your language. So it's not like I'm asking you to mug up. Understand the keywords. Which one? He's not allowed to work. You use your own language. Except help his family. You can manage. Other than hazardous, you have to mug up. Work as an artist. You can write. Except circus, you have to remember and write. However, this shall not affect his school education. That's all. First question is sorted. Easy. Only new. Question number 1 is sorted. Super easy. Second question. Prohibition, sir. Prohibition of employment of adolescent. Sir, you only told us no. Prohibition of employment of child only. They are saying prohibition of employment of adolescent in hazardous occupation process. They are telling you, you can permit a adolescent to work, but not in hazardous thing. So hazardous except hazardous process, it's okay for you to hire a person who is above 14 but below 18. It's okay for you to hire a person to do any work in a factory provided his age is more than 14 but less than 18 unless it is a non-hazardous activity. Easy? Okay. So let's read. No adolescent shall be employed or permitted to work in any hazardous occupation process. What? Sir, hazardous, give me examples. They said this includes mine, inflammable substance, explosives, hazardous process. That's all. Again a 5 mark question. So 5 mark only 2 lines, huh? Yes. So understand, in a law, it is not, I don't want any paper you write for more than a page. Ideal answer, maximum 3/4 of a page. Or I would say, I would appreciate if you can write everything in a half page. Half page is the ideal presentation. For a 5 mark question, half a page if you can write. That's the best thing. Half a page. It's not like your degree exam, you write 5 pages, sir. Okay, 5 pages. Sir, why should I? Sir, booklet says 28 pages. So technically, that's how you have to finish your thing. 28 papers. Almost you will get 20 questions into 5. 20 questions into 5 marks. So it's like 28 pages they are giving you. If some questions you have to extend, make sure you write in 28 pages. Okay. That's how your booklet goes. Usual booklet. So, second question. How is law regulating the employment of adolescent? Sir, law never said you have to prohibit. They said prohibition is there for a adolescent in a hazardous process. What is hazardous, sir? Please tell me. Mine, inflammable substance, explosive, or any hazardous process. Done now. 2 questions are done. Easy. Don't think this is how every paper will be. No. First 3 laws, 4 laws will be like this. Then we'll see the impact of your labor codes. There are no much faculty who are taking labor codes, you know, because labor code is totally new. Totally new. From the previous version, it was like 20 laws. It was very easy for me to explain like this. So assume that I am taking 3 laws in a day. Total of 30 laws. 10 days I can finish. 10 into 3. People were so happy. Now it's like same flow, 3 chapters a day. But labor codes, there are only 4 labor codes. Oh, so 4 labor codes in a single day? No. It will take you 2.5 days for each code. But it's manageable. If you ask me, it's very manageable. You have to trust the process. Try not to miss a class. If you miss a class, you will miss that. If you are not missing the class, with the class itself, you can finish this 40 marks. Trust me. 40 36 above in labor laws is easy. I'm not saying setting up business. Labor law part is manageable. Okay, same applies. If you ask me, CMS also manageable. Except company law. Like my papers, except company law, other papers are like, it's okay. If you understand the logic, if you are not missed a class, you can crack. Why do you think CS is difficult? It has more number of pages, that's all. The same thing, if I keep it at a 2 semester, everyone will become rank holders. Instead 1.5 days, how productively you do this paper. And first question paper in every exam is going to be a Yorker, like this. You will be like, next attempt, sir. Next attempt, they want that. This happens in reality also. One client will come to you, say, talking about all this, this happened. Now you should be like, breathe in, breathe out. So did I miss my yoga class? Go to gym. I should eat junk foods now. I'm stressed. No, wait. Anna, wait, Anna. Please, Porimea. You tell me slowly. Let me record everything. You take everything on record. Then you tell, sir, come back after 2 days. You have time. Similarly, in an exam hall, you will see a first question paper. That's going to be a very difficult thing. Ignore that question. Go to the second question. Third question. You'll feel there is a ray of hope for clearing. So first question will be a difficult one to ensure that you people are skipping this attempt. And understand. First paper is difficult. Only after 4 papers you are going to give up. There are high chance that first paper you wrote for 40 marks. There are high chance that you wrote for 40 marks. There are high chance that you can end up getting 48 marks. You wrote for how much marks? 40. So maximum mark is what? 40. Assume that they are giving grace. You scored some 32. They gave a grace of 11. Your mark is what? 43. But you missed the other 3 papers. You failed. So understand, it's always important to write all the 4 papers. Then come out saying that I failed. I'll write for the next group. Next attempt. So wait. So wait patiently for all the 4 papers. Done? Because we have only 10 days to give you some kind of motivation. So anytime if you are feeling low, demotivated, frustrated, you can always approach me. I'm that handy teacher where you can come to me. Okay. Now let's talk about third likely question. How is this law regulating the hours of work and period of work? How is the law? So headings are very important. How is this law regulating the hours and period of work? Now tell me, when I say hours and period of work, whose hours, whose period of work are they referring to? You have to completely ignore child here, because child work, we know what time he can work. After school, vacations. So technically there's no time. You're able to understand? But your study material, if you ask me, the period of work of a child, if you see, the period of, third sentence, the period of work of a child, that part alone You cut. Right there, adolescent. That's all. Because the point is regarding how is law regulating the working of a adolescent, not a child. Because childhood time we know. Sir, how will I know, sir? What time your child goes to school? Sir, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Okay. Then after 2 p.m. Sir, he has a vacation, like a summer holidays vacation in April and May. Then April and May he can work. Sir, no, sir, he is having a Diwali 5 days off. He can work during Diwali. You're able to understand. So, how is adolescent work being managed? That's the question. So, people, first question. First point, okay. No adolescent shall be required or permitted to work in any establishment in excess of such a number of hours as may be prescribed. First point is very easy. Sir, how much hours he can spend? They should prescribe. Many law should prescribe. Very easy point. So, should I know? No, not required. They're telling you, adolescent shall be required or permitted to work in an establishment in excess. No adolescent shall be required. They say it a negative thing. No adolescent is allowed to work for more than in excess of the number of hours prescribed by law. What is a prescription? We don't know. We don't have that in syllabus. Let's see. Okay. So how are they saying? First introduction they say no adolescent shall be permitted to work beyond the permitted hours. Okay. That's our first point. You have to write this as your first point. Second point. So I want you to interpret your second point. This from this to this point. Read no. Okay, that's all.
And he should have it for a long time.
So you mean to say his total hours is 3 hours?
3 hours in interval 1 hour after that he can work.
Good. Now complete the paragraph. The entire paragraph. Read the entire paragraph.
Including the rest also, it should not be more than 6 hours.
Okay. What is spread over? You see a word called spread over. Spread over. What is spread over? So they're telling you, say for example, you came to through the factory gate. Factory gate, you stepped inside. Now there's a long queue. So from the factory gate you punched in. Long queue is also your working hours. Because amount of time, energy you put in the office premises is counted as spread over. So they're telling you, you cannot work more than, you're not supposed 6 hours. And you cannot work more than 3 hours unless you give a 1 hour break. So can I ask him to work for 7 hours? No. Can I ask him to work for 2 hours? 2 hours? Can I ask him to work for 4 hours? With a break. With a break. So can his working hours be 6 hours? Yes. 6 hours is the maximum working hours, but not more than 3 hours at a stretch. So 3 hours you are giving a stretch, then 1 hour break, then you can continue your 2 hours. Because total spread over is what? 6 hours. Okay. They never said total working. No. They said, say for example, if you're making him work for continuous 3 hours, then give 1 hour break. And if I say for example, I'm giving 1 hour work, half an hour break, it's completely fine. They're saying, unless you give a 1 hour break, you can't let him work more than 3 hours. So I'm giving 3 hours, then 1 hour break. Then you can ask him to work for more than maximum 2 hours, because total spread over should be 6 hours.
For work includes break also.
Yes, everything you spend in that campus, that place is called spread over. That should be the maximum time you can like engage in. You cannot engage in more than 3 hours. You can engage in more than 6 hours. So 3 hours you are giving, then make sure 1 hour break. But it's okay for you to give one hour break. I mean 1 hour work, 1 hour break, like that. Put together 3 hours of work, 3 hours of break also. Because maximum time is 6 hours. You can give 30 minutes, but if you are making work for 3 hours, then mandatory 1 hour break. If you are planning like 2 hours work, you give a half an hour. We don't have a problem. But 3 hours continuously you are making him work. Make sure next break is 1 hour. Then you can make him work for 2 more hours maximum, because your total spread hour cannot be more than 6 hours. So first point. The period of work on each day shall be so fixed that no period shall exceed 3 hours illa, and no adolescent shall work more than 3 hours before he had an interval of at least 1 hour. That's how you end your first sentence. So they never said that 3 hours. They said if you are asking him to work for 3 hours continuously, ensure that 1 hour break. Okay sir, 1 hour break, then again 3 hours. No, because 2 hours, because your total spread hour cannot be more than. So the period of work of an adolescent shall be so arranged that inclusive of his interval of rest, including the rest interval, it shall not be spread over more than 6 hours, including the time spent in waiting for work on any day. So time spent for waiting, interval break, put together, it cannot be more than 6 hours. You cannot let him work more than 3 hours unless you give a 1 hour break. This is the only question I have seen in the exam. This chapter. Okay. So does child artist also have to work after school or during vacation? Yes, that's a rule. Unless you get a permission from the authority, which is not affecting his school. You get a permission that, sir, no sir, he'll manage his school. Something like that. If you can do some kind of information, like permission writing, then they may allow. But usually, no. Should not affect his school, because your right to education is a fundamental right. So you cannot take that away from that student.
So this adult also, school also included.
No. Adolescent. We are saying after 14, if you skip school, we are not allowing you. You can work anywhere, but without affecting your, hazardous thing. Make sure hazardous process not done. You can let him work. Because there are people, no, after 14 years, you have to take care of your family. Kind of. That's what they are telling. 14 years. Okay. Now people, other points. No adolescent shall be permitted to work between 7 p.m. and 8 a.m. Go sleep. No overtime. So go sleep, no overtime. No adolescent shall be required or permitted to work in any establishment on any day on which he has already been working in any other establishment. Meaning no double employment. So there is 3 more points. 1, you cannot let him work between 7 p.m. and 8 a.m. You cannot ask him to work overtime. You cannot give him a double employment. If he's already working in some other establishment on the same day, you can give him a work. Same day, no. Okay. No, that's why day is given. Now we understand why law will talk about definitions. Now you'll be confused. The same day, what is day? Day means a period of 24 hours beginning at midnight. This is how you learn a law. Only when you are confused, go back to definition. If you are not doing that now, you will end up sitting 100 hours in definition only without knowing what is the definition. So whenever you are confused, go back to definition. Now my question is, what do you mean by month? People ask in the group, what do you mean by month? Month means month as per British calendar. This is a definition. Why? Why do you think definition? Month is defined. General Clause Act. They'll define month as a something, month or a year as a British calendar year. Why? Why do you think? That's a beauty of law. There is a problem. So I have a what? We run a temple. So I said, hello priest Anna, we are going to hire you. Please respect that. Hello priest Anna, we are going to hire you. He said, okay, I'll come from the next year at this package. I said, okay, thank you Anna. Agreed, everything is done. So waiting for him to join on January 1st. He didn't come. So I filed a case against him. So he's like, no sir, as per Tamil calendar, it starts 3rd day of April. Now he's like, there's a mismatch, no? His year for temple purpose and your purpose is mismatching, no? Now we'll go to a law. Law said, what is year? Year starts from British calendar. What is British calendar? It's not Tamil calendar. It's British calendar, January. That's a purpose why every law will have definitions to understand the purpose. Otherwise, it's completely okay for you to ignore definitions. But in confusion, you have to always refer definition. But some definitions of company law, you have to understand. You have to go in depth. Say, for example, independent director definition. You have to understand why this is given. You read a company law, you'll understand all this. But beyond that company law or CMS related provisions, somewhere in you read a law, it's okay for you to go to the application level. When confused, go back. What is child? Who is adolescent? Okay. Done? Done with 3 questions? Okay. Now people, actually we are done with the chapter. We'll see the remaining portions of the chapter. Chapter over. Chapter is over. We'll see the other parts. Now, every adolescent employed in an establishment, because there is no room for 5-mark question again. Every headings will I'll teach you everything, but understand. Every adolescent employed in an establishment is entitled in each week 1 day of rest. Okay. So I should give on holiday, on off, 1 day, on full day. Sunday, they didn't say Sunday. 1 day. 1 day. Any day. But which shall be specified by the occupier. Who is the occupier? Ultimate control of the affairs of that establishment. This should be permanently exhibited in a conspicuous place in the establishment and shall not be altered more than once in the 3 months. I'm telling you. So again, understand. So I can say that, hello adolescent, you people, you bunch of people will be having every Thursday off. You bunch of people will be having a Friday off. This should be displayed in. So kitchen side, sir, no. Your entrance display in a conspicuous place and permanently exhibited. Meaning you paste that tier should be permanently exhibited. Then, sir, these people I'm changing from Friday to Monday. Possible? Yes, possible, but only after 3 months. So if you want to alter that day off, you can change, but change should be made only after 3 months. So every pattern should be made in such a manner. You have to keep it for 3 months. Can I change? Yes, you can change before that also, but take prior approval. But otherwise, if you want, you cannot change in the next 3 months. So takes at least for the 3 months, his body cycle will tell him that Friday off. Body cycle will tell you that Thursday off. Next body cycle will tell you that Tuesday off should be done only after 3 months. So next point regarding weekly holidays. So every employer, meaning the occupier, shall permanently exhibit in a conspicuous place regarding the entitlement of a day off and ensure that this cannot be altered not more than once in a 3 months span. Pakka? Example 4. Altering point. Say for example, you people are getting a Thursday off for Jan, February, March. I can't change that in February, saying that no, you have to, your day off is changing to Saturday. If I want, I can change that after 3 months. I mean, after March, I can say that March, April, May. I mean, April, May, June. You're going to have a day off on Saturday. I can change that after 3 months. So that your cycle will be adapted to that one day off, which is Friday. Next change should happen after 3 months. Pakka?
What is a configuration space?
Place where people can see, not in kitchen, but in a canteen. People regularly visit canteen, no? Most of the time you spend in canteen, no? Yeah. Where people can see, easily accessible, motivation level. Okay. Now people, every occupier who employs any adolescent shall within a period of 30 days from the date of such employment send a communication to the inspector under this law, not the police inspector under this law, within whose jurisdiction, meaning say for example there is an inspector for Bangalore, then go to that inspector regarding the details of name of your establishment, name of the person who is the manager. If you want to send some communication to us, send us to this address of communication where inspector wants to communicate, you can send to this address. That address. Then what is the nature of occupational process carried in the establishment? So every employer within 30 days whenever you are hiring a adolescent for work, inform the details of the work, details of the establishment, details of everything related to your employment to the inspector under whose jurisdiction your establishment is working. Okay, very easy.
Yes. Who's the inspector?
Any inspector under the law. No.
Like ROC.
Labor.
Some inspector under the law. We don't have that in syllabus. Inspector under this law. It can be any inspector. Say for example, this law says this power is given to that municipality Anna. Then him. It can be any person. Any person designed or designated or assigned inspector. We can't call that as an inspector. Registrar of company means that person. We know that person. But this can be any person to whom the work is been assigned. So call it as chief inspector of factories. So it's a establishment factory, call it as chief inspector of factories. Right answer? Not sure. Inspector as per this law. Can be any person. Now, other allied points. Sir, whenever you are having adolescent working under you, you have to maintain a separate register talking about name of the person, date of birth, hours of work, nature of work, other details. Again, whatever you write is point. You have to maintain a register regarding the details of adolescent, his working hours, parents, details, everything. Adolescent, no. But give the details of his parent as well. Every details. They give. I told you, no, in a conspicuous place you have to paste. They're telling you all these things should be in a conspicuous place in both in English and local language. So the people will understand. Again, not an exam question. Understand the pasting should happen in English as well as local language. Not every worker will understand English. So keep a local language as well. Okay. One more point. Penalties, ignore that. If you're not complying, what is the penalty? Ignore this. Because if you want to read, you have to read it for every chapters. They're not going to ask penalties for which chapter. So, if you're not complying with this law, you might end up with 20,000 rupees, which may extend to 50,000 rupees, or with both. So ignore that penalty part. Understand, if you are an employer, you are working beyond this, you are employing a adolescent in a hazardous process, then you might have to end up paying 20,000 rupees to 50,000 rupees as a penalty. Ignore that part. Okay.
Adults is going to pay.
Employer. Why will adolescent pay? Okay. Now, one more point. For the purpose of, say for example, to implement this law, whether people are doing well, law can always ask the district magistrate to take an action. There is something happening here. If I get an information regarding that this particular segment, this particular factory, adolescent is working in a hazardous process, or the employer is not maintaining a super register, proper registers, district magistrate can slap you. So power given to district magistrate. Done now. End of your chapter. This is one chapter. What are the 3 questions? 1. How is the law prohibiting the employment of child? How is law prohibiting the employment of adolescent? What is the work hours and period of work of an adolescent? 3 questions you have to write. Others just read and keep. Weekly holiday, one more point you have to understand. They cannot ask you a question because there is no room for a 5-mark question. But understand, 1 day of rest, that cannot be altered in more than 3 months. Online easy. Okay, all good. How are things going? How is life going? All good? Happy? Are you enjoying your CS journey? Difficult, frustrated? No. Okay, going good. Okay, not bad. Okay. So how many of you know me? 1, 2. I know only 2 people. 1 and 2. Correct. I know. I've met them in person. Super. First time, no, you have seen me for the very first time? Online. Oh, labor laws. CMS alla. Chennai branch. Online. Okay. Name? You da? Rosh, you attend online. CMSL. Your factory is establishing, no? Then the factory is having a adolescent worker. Make sure you give an information to the nearest inspector. Nearest inspector means, say, assume that inspector of factories. Give an information say that, sir, in our factory we are having a process, like manufacturing process done, in which we have out of 50 employees, 5 of them are adolescent. Give the details to the inspector so that he will understand that in your factory some people are working. Okay, yes, what else? Talk to me. Feel free to talk. Share your insights. Ask something, no? Ask doubts. I think no doubts. Right? Doubts. Okay, manageable. Okay. Yes, da.
He's just playing, just kidding.
Okay.
Not kidding, he's a man. He's kidding.
Okay. So how many of you have in hostel? Like PG? Food is good? Average. Online? All good? Good and bad. People ask something regarding CS because we have 10 days of labor loss. I just want to clarify things. CS all set. You know your role, responsibilities, everything. Okay. Why did you go for CS? Other than revenue, other than monetary benefits, why CS? Knowledge purpose. Good. Help India grow. Help my pocket grow. Okay.
My target pro India also.
Good.
Through taxes.
Oh.
30% taxes.
Through taxes. To make India developing country to develop a country. Good. Nice. What else? People heard about IFSC, IFSCA, something like that. What is IFSCA? IFSC code. International Financial Service Centers, which you learn in CMSL. That's a future. Gift city. Today go do a research something called as gift city. Gift city. Not today go home and do the research, not now. You will understand something called as gift city. Okay. That's your future. Gujarat. Gujarat gift city. That's something called as gift city. Try to do research on that. Do research. That's going to be your future. You write in whatever language you want. You write. You simply write. When you write a test paper, open a book and write. That's all. When I'm asking you a question, period of hours, you open a book and write one time. That's all. There's no language you have to mug up and write. You understand, right? But keywords should be there. Hazardous prose should be in your answer. So, underline that hazardous prose. That's all. Every subject is what you are going to. Who are you? Xerox machine. You think you should have to mug up everything. That is rank holders thing. We go for second rank. If you ask me, no, top ranker, sir, I want to be a topper, then that Sooraj sir is not giving an advice. I'm for second rankers. Average, you can above average, shine well. My goal is to ensure that you write for 100 marks and score 80 rather than writing for 90 and scoring 90. You go with the proper format, you're going to write for 90 marks and score 90. Mine is like, you'll be able to write for 100 marks and score 80. Because if you're not going with the best option, you have to mug up every sections of every law. You think it's possible? With the open book exam, you can't write it. Then how it's going to be a closed book exam? Difficult, no? So why are you not normalizing things? Normalize. Sir, I am forgetting things. Okay, normalize. Normalize. Why do you want to keep it as a problem? Always remember. So I studied something 3 months back. Now you are opening the book. You will find it very difficult. You'll be like, sir, fresh, looking fresh. Yes. Now you read. Now you see the heading. You're not able to recollect anything. That's completely 100% normal. Then you read. You think that topic is looking again fresh. Then there is a problem. If you think that after reading I'm able to recollect something, at least 1%. If you feel that topic is completely fresh, then there is a problem. Otherwise, start normalizing. You think I would have done this subject or this law, company law? If you ask me, you ask in and out of any section from 1 to 440s. I remember everything. Still, whenever I'm taking a lecture, I'll prepare minimum 3 hours every day. Why? Because you forget things. You ask me for a company law, I'll tell I am the best in the country. I'll say, you ask me any person in the company, I'll answer. That was my confidence. But when you come to teach, no, you'll again miss something. You, what was that section number? What was that point? Why? Again, you have to read again. Then you'll understand that you are singing. This happens to every human, no? So understand. It's completely normal to forget things. But when you come back reading after 3 months, you think the topic, did Sooraj sir teach you this subject? Then that's a problem. There is a problem. So Sooraj sir taught me all this, but I forget. And that's, you belong to 100% category in India. Why do you want to put a self-doubt? Read again. That's a power of 1.5 days of your revision. You revise, go to exam. That's what. You revise everything, go to exam hall, put everything in the piece of paper, come back. That's what you are going to do. So understand, it's completely fine to forget. Normalize forgetting things. Why do you want to think that, sir, I am forgetting everything? Okay. Then what is the problem? Sir, I am forgetting things. Okay. Then what is the problem? It's not a problem. This is 100% normal. So the moment you read a topic, next time you are finding it completely fresh, there comes a problem. Either the faculty and you have not done a coordination proper, or your preparation was weak. If not, you're forgetting things. That's completely normal. So start normalizing things. Okay. I never had this self-doubt kind of thing. I was like, okay, who cares? I'll read and I'll be able to come back with the provisions. So normalize. Okay. I'm going to the next chapter. Then we'll take a break. Next chapter is 15 minutes or 25 minutes. That's all. Very small. You don't do anything. If you are finding a time, go to a YouTube marathon. Just watch that. Come back. Or just see the headings. You should mark all the headings. Say for example, now you are making a note. First you are going home and making a note. You know that there are 3 questions from this. 3 questions in the first page. Write in the second page. Whenever you get time, no, see the questions. Oh, something like this. Close. So people will close the recording and we'll start the second one. People, chapter number 22. Chapter number 22. 22 after the break. 22. Chapter number 22. So 20, then to 22. So again, one question. You can expect only one question. Very rare. Maybe in 6 attempts, one question. Only one question. This is the question. So people, if you ask me genuinely, they should not ask a question. There's no chance of them asking this question, because if you ask me, there are some laws said here, some laws. Every these laws comes under labor code. So there is no room for this chapter as such. But like when I say practically, but since this theme is given in your study material, there is still room for one question. I would say 0%, but ICSI may ask you one question. Very easy chapter. People, concentrate. Very small concept. So people, now we have labor codes. Assume that each code, there are 4 labor codes. Each labor code has been formed by consolidating 20 laws. Assume that 20 laws. Then can I say that there are 80 laws clubbed into 4 codes? Each code 20 chapters. So 20 chapters clubbed into one code. Likewise 20 chapters into one code. Similar 4 codes. So for any establishment now, it's only 4 codes. So let's go back to previous version. No labor codes, only laws. So assume that there are 100 laws. Assume that there are 85 laws. 80 is being clubbed into 4 codes. 5 laws we are learning again. Assume that 85 laws. So I'm a company, I'm a factory which comes under, which is, say for example, some law says if your company is having, your factory is having 30 workers, you have to follow this law. Some place it will say if you are having 50 workers, you will have to follow this law. So different laws based on different parameters. Now I'm having 100 workers, almost 85 laws comes to me, applies to me, meaning 85 laws have to comply. Now you know company law. Company law, we will have to maintain a separate register for that. You have seen one register in the previous chapter. You have to file information to registrar also, inspector also. Easy. Assume that 85 laws, as I told you, inspector as per that law. Register is register book as per that law. Assume that I am having 85 laws applicable to me. How many registers I will be having? 85. How many inspectors I will be having? 85. So can I say that I have to file 85 returns to 85 inspectors under different laws and maintain 85 books? Don't you think that's too much? Now they said, assume that you are a small company, very small organization, or very small or small. They said, okay, for you people, you do one thing. Instead of keeping 85 registers, one register you keep. Instead of filing 100 returns, you file one return. Sir, okay sir, I'm having 100 people. Can I do that? No, you're talking about only whom? Small establishment. So they said, you are a small establishment or a very small establishment. We will help you with what? Simplifying the procedure. For what? Furnishing returns to inspector, as well as maintaining registers. So what is this chapter all about? This chapter is about, we are giving an exemption. For whom? For these two establishments. So you have to understand what are these two establishments. What are those establishments? Small establishment, very small establishment. We learned that. Then for them, the following laws. So 16 laws. I have to give 16 register, 16 return. We are giving an exemption. That's all. This chapter is regarding small establishment and very small establishment. Instead of giving these 16 registers or 16 return, you give something. What is that something? We'll learn. Okay, with me. So what you have to understand, you have to read what is small establishment, very small establishment, what is the exemption. That's all. Chapter over. Very small. Okay. First question. So people, list of some laws. Do we have to remember? Nothing, because everything is clubbed into codes. That's why I'm telling you this chapter is outdated. Still we are learning. Some laws. Payment of wages. Okay, so payment of wages. There's a law. I have to maintain a register as well as give a return to the inspector given or authority given under that law. Second law. Weekly Holidays Act of 1942. I have to maintain a separate register and file a return. Sir, Factories Act. I have to maintain a separate register and file a return. Okay, sir. Motor Transport Workers Act. Register, return. Now we are saying this law talks about simplification of procedure. How? Furnishing returns and maintaining registers. Okay. So let's talk about whom am I giving exemption. My exemption talks about small establishment and very small establishment. So what is very small establishment? An establishment in which not more than 10 persons are employed on any day during the 12 months. Last 1 year, any day, if you check any day in my list, maximum workers employed in the office was 9. The last 12 months, no day I was having more than 9 workers. Any day you are having 10 workers, then you are not a very small. The last 1 year, you are working for 365 days. The 365 days, the number of workers should be 9 or less. Then you can call yourself as very small. So then what is small establishment, sir? Mine is between 10 and 40. Then I am called as a small establishment. So this provision is regarding furnishing of returns and maintaining of register is somewhat exempted. We'll see what is exemption for whom. Very small establishment employed less than 9 members, 9 or less for the last 12 months. Similarly, small establishment where they're maintaining, they're having 10 to 40 workers in the last 12 months. Pakka? We are starting the chapter? Okay. Okay. So people, to start this, I want you to go back to the forms, 3 forms. Should you remember? Yes, for this purpose, you have to remember these 3 things. One is called a form 1, called as annual return, because our topic is regarding returns and registers. So, one is called annual return. Form 1, annual return. Form 2, register of persons employed cum employment card. People who are employed in my office. Form 3, muster roll cum wage register. How much pay? Like your payment given. Payment details. Assume that payment details. Muster details is like payment details. Your attendance details. Here this will talk about your name, PAN number, Aadhaar details. Your if you are an adolescent, your guardian details, all those things. So there are 3 forms. Form 1 talking about annual return. Form 2 regarding register of persons employed cum employment card. Third is regarding muster roll cum wage register, where you talk about payment details and attendance. Form 1, Form 2, Form 3. You have to remember 4. So we have seen an introduction to what is called small, very small. There are 3 forms. Form 1 called as annual return. Form 2 called as register of persons employed cum employment card. Third one is regarding muster roll cum wage register. This you have to mug up. This part I want you to mug up. This you understand. Which one? Small, very small. I don't want you to mug up because it's not an MCQ question. But this try to mug up. Which one? Form 1 is annual return. Form 2 is register of person employment called employment card. Muster roll. Third is muster roll. Now let's go to the only one question. Okay. So people understand. I'll mark this and I delete. Now you don't mark. Notwithstanding anything contained in any scheduled act. Meaning, irrespective of the fact something else is, some other information is given in some other act, meaning that act says register, this form register, that form, notwithstanding anything contained, meaning even if they are having, we will sit on top of them. This law will sit on top of each respective scheduled act. You have seen some list of law now. That law says something, we don't have to follow, because notwithstanding, irrespective of something is given in that law, we are talking about this law. Okay. Point says, people concentrate. So this is the point. It shall not be necessary for an employer in relation to any small establishment or various establishment to which any scheduled act applies to furnish, return or maintain register required to be furnished to maintain that scheduled act. Meaning, you are an employer of whom? Small establishment, very small establishment. No matter whatever is said in those scheduled act, you don't have to follow registers or return. Pakka? That's a point. You are an employer coming under very small establishment or small establishment. You need not follow any of those scheduled act. Examples: payment of wages, weekly holidays, so this act you need not follow. Okay. Need not follow regarding what? 2 points. Registers as well as return. Sir, should I have to follow the law? Yes, you have to follow the law. You need not follow the law with respect to registers and returns. So, I am a very small establishment. Should I follow bonus act? Yes. Should I follow factories act? Yes. I need not follow factories act or payment of bonus act with respect to returns as well as registers. Pakka? So you have to follow those laws. You need not follow register related provisions or return related provisions under these laws. Pakka? Okay. Let's see. Sir, okay sir. Then I need not follow. Then I am totally exempted from returns, sir. I need not have registers, sir. No. Such employer furnishes in lieu of such returns. Instead of those returns, you give in form 1. You give an annual return in form 1. Okay. And maintains at work spot the following registers. So you maintain, you have to file return under form 1 and maintain the following registers. What registers, sir? Form 2 and 3. They are telling you very small establishment only form 3. Small establishment 2 and 3. So can I say that small establishment and very small establishment mandatory you have to file form 1. File form 1. Correct? Yeah? But maintenance, small establishment should maintain both 2 and 3. Very small should maintain only 3. So they are telling you, instead of those laws you have to comply. But those laws, provisions regarding registers and return, you need not comply. Instead, you give a return in form 1. Applies to both small and very small. And maintain registers in form 2 and 3 in case of small establishment. Very small establishment only maintain form number 3. First question is done. Now we have to read one more point. Anna, this person, meaning this person, employer shall continue, meaning in addition to this, wage slips, slips relating to measurement of amount of work. Assume that I pay based on number of units produced, that measurement. Then returns relating to factories under Factories Act and Plantation Act. So people, how do I read? I'm telling you, you need not file registers or return under those scheduled act. Instead, you file a return under form 1 and maintain a register. Form 2 and 3 for small, 3 only for very small. But in addition to this, you have to maintain wage slip you have to maintain. Slip regarding measurement slip. Then accident you have to report under which laws? Factories Act and Plantation Act. So you have to when they ask you, you have to write, I need not follow what those scheduled thing. First point. But instead I have to file a return under form 1. I have to maintain register under form 2 and 3 or 3 as the case may be. Along with that, I have to mandatorily maintain a wage slip, payment of wage, measurement slip, and you have to mandatorily report whenever there is an accident with respect to Factories Act or Plantation Act. Easy is the only question.
That form 1 is for both small and very small.
Return is mandatory for small and very small establishment. Registers form 3 only you have to maintain. Who? Very small. Small establishment 2 and 3. Along with that, mandatory 3 points. Wage slip, measurement slip, accidents reporting in regarding Factories Act and Plantation Act. Done. One more point, we are done. Not for exam, but this information, all these things may be maintained by the employer either in physical or electronic media. You maintain in physical form or electronically. And okay, both. One more point. The employer responsible to furnish annual return form 1 may furnish it to the inspector. Whom am I giving to? Inspector or any other authority prescribed under the Schedule Act, either in physical form or through electronic mail. So he's like, you send it through physical, go through physical. If you're asking me to give it to electronic, give it through electronic. Who will ask you? The employer under this, the inspector under this act. Okay. So only question is this one. Law has given exemption to small and very small establishment employing. So they can ask one depth question which they can ask you is, I'm an employer having 13 employees, workers under me. 13, 1-3. Then what is my complaints? I need not follow those schedules. But I have to file return on form 1. I have to maintain 2 and 3. Along with that, I have to wage slip, measurement slip, report accidents in factories as well as plantation. That's the only question done. 2 chapters. Okay, people. First day doesn't mean that's wow. It can be ayyo also coming your way, but it's okay. Online. Good. Easy. Understanding. Okay. Huh. This one. I'll try to download this PDF itself. If we are getting the same tab for every day, 10 days, no. Same tab only, no. Okay. Then I'll download towards end, last day, so that you can refer this also. No? We love this. You have to make a habit of highlighters. Your CS profile itself is sorted. Trust me. This do wonders. Different colors. The sketch pens. Magical. Okay, people, we'll take a break and come back.
What's the break mean?
How is your normal break? So the usual break is like half an hour. One break of half an hour. So I'll people I'll give 20 minutes break now and a 15 minutes break later.
Wow.
2 breaks. And 2 minutes whenever we are bored. 2 breaks every now and then. So now come back at 6:35. So people, thank you. Break. Okay, then online, all good. We'll start. Okay. Okay. Yes. AC. Okay. So had strong tea, coffee, coffee or tea? Tea. Black tea. Okay. Juice. Ice cream? Okay. 21. So people, Apprentice Act 1961. So one more law which is still prevalent. Bit lengthier compared to previous two chapters, but easy. Again, an easy chapter. You can expect some random 3-4 questions. Same like 3 questions. Okay. Next is the. Okay. People, Apprentice Act. Any idea what this chapter is all about? Okay. Any idea you have an articleship now? But not now. Meaning? Oh, okay. Oh, after executive or after professional? Okay. Before professional? Oh, you can do. After professionals, you can do. Because I did after professionals. That time it was 1 year. So if it's after executive, you can do 3 years articleship. After CSWT, it can be 3 years. After executive, it can be 2 years. After professional, it can be 1 year. So I finished my CS professional, I went for 1 year. That time. See? Lucky enough. Okay. So enjoy your training days. So good. You'll understand how human beings are, how the system is going to work. So Apprentices Act 1961. You think that the chapter is relevant? Yes. So Apprentice Act. So let's read some random definitions, because you might get confusion when you are reading the core. Only one question will be confusing. Remaining every topics are easy. Now, who is an apprentice? The apprentice means any person who is undergoing apprenticeship training in pursuant to a contract of apprenticeship. Who is an apprentice? Is a person who is undergoing apprenticeship training pursuant to a contract of apprenticeship. So someone who is undergoing a apprenticeship training pursuant to a contract of apprenticeship is called apprentice. Okay. Apprentice. Easy, sir. Now, I want you to read the following. 1. Designated trade. 1. Graduation or technician apprentice. Optional trade. Technician or vocational apprentice. Trade apprentice. The following. Just read. Relevant for exam, not required. It's like understanding the concept, because some points might trigger here. Sir, why this? So people, first point. Very important point you have to understand. There's a definition called graduate and graduate. Read this. Graduate apprentice and technician apprentice. Do you see this? 2 points. Graduate apprentice and technician apprentice. What is the other word of graduate apprentice? Yes, sir. So first rule. Read it as graduate apprentice and occasional apprentice, because law uses the word graduate or technician apprentice. Similarly, again a technician apprentice. It's better to ignore the word technician and read only graduate and occasional apprentice. Okay, now let's read the definitions. Designated trade. So why are we learning this? We don't know. Unless and until we know the law, we will not understand why we are reading this. Just understanding, just reading. Designated trade means any trade or an occupation. Okay. So trade, designated trade means a trade or an occupation in any subject field. Can be engineering, non-engineering, technology, vocational course, which central government, after consulting with Central Apprenticeship Council, may, by notifying official gazette, specify as designated trade. Sir, why are we learning this? Chumma, there is a one definition given, we are just reading. Sir, whenever I am talking about a trade, designated trade, meaning, so any trade can be called as a designated trade when government is designating that as a designated trade. So, what is designated trade? Why designated trade? We'll learn later. What is designated trade? Means any trade or occupation, that can be any industry, engineering, non-engineering, or anything. Central government, after consulting with Central Apprenticeship Council, may notify. So, only the words. If you are not understanding the meaning, it's completely fine, because we learn it later. So, what is designated trade? Any trade designated as designated trade by the central government after consulting with one authority called as Central Apprenticeship Council. So, only catch. There is a authority called Central Apprenticeship Council. Somewhere we are going to see a person called as Central Apprenticeship Council. So, what is designated trade? Sir, no meaning, nothing. Some trade which is designated as designated trade. By whom? By central government after consulting with Central Apprenticeship Council. Just to understand, just to read. Okay. Optional trade means any trade or occupation or any subject in engineering, non-engineering, technology, occasional course, as may be determined by the employer. So people, can I say that there are two types of trade given? Two trade. One, designated trade designed by central government. It can be engineering, non-engineering, anything. Or some kind of trade which has been designed by employer. There are two types of trade which you are seeing. One is a designated trade. Designated by whom? Central. Hey, trade. This is a designated trade. Who will say? Central government. Or employer can also give some trade. Say for example, I am a Arivu. I'm ArivuPro. I'm giving a kind of package where I give them an option to learn AI. That's optionally given by whom? Employer. That's called optional trade. Or some kind of courses which is designed by government. When a government is designing, it is called designated trade. Whenever it has been like planned by specifically by an employer, we call it as optional trade. Okay. Now, an apprentice who is going an apprenticeship training under a designated trade, we call it as trade apprentice. So, designated trade is a trade designed by government, central government. Someone is undergoing an apprenticeship training under that designated trade, we call him as trade apprentice. So, who is a trade apprentice? A trade apprentice means a person who is undergoing training under designated trade. What is designated trade? Designed by government. So that's one kind of trade. One apprentice. Now let's talk about two other apprentices. Okay. So how are we designing this? Sir, apprenticeship training can be designed by one employer. When employer is designing a program, which is called optional trade. Or when government is designing, it is called designated trade. Whenever you are an apprentice, you will be called as trade apprentice when you are doing a training person to a designated trade. So we are talking about three type of apprentice. One, trade apprentice. Who is a trade apprentice? Who is undergoing a apprenticeship training under any designated. What is designated trade? Something designed by central government after consulting with Central Apprenticeship Council. Now, there are two more things which is called graduate apprentice or vocational apprentice. Now listen. Graduate apprentice. What is graduate? Graduate. Graduation means an apprentice who holds, let's break this, who holds a degree or diploma in engineering, non-engineering, technology or equivalent education qualification granted by an institution recognized by central government and is going apprenticeship training in a designated trade. So, any person who is holding a degree, diploma in engineering, non-engineering or anything which is recognized by a government and he is going a apprenticeship training, we call him graduate apprentice. Meaning, people, one more point. Now, people, think about this. I am a person having a degree and I am doing a training. Which training? Apprenticeship training. I will be called as graduate apprentice. So I have a degree in engineering, diploma, anything, and I'm doing a trade. I'm learning a apprenticeship training. I'm doing a training. I will be called as graduate training. Okay. What is vocational apprentice? Means an apprentice who holds or undergoing training in order to have a holder. I have a vocational course. You know what is vocational course? After 12th, like a 2 years of degree, 2 years of program where you do after 10th. Normal higher secondary or vocational higher secondary. Meaning you are learning a trade along with your 11th and 12th. So that is called vocational apprentice. Okay. So people, again, not important to understand. Sir, I have a degree or diploma. It can be engineering, non-engineering, any background. I'm undergoing an apprenticeship training. I'll be called as graduate trainee or apprentice. Sir, after 10th, I've done 2 years of vocational thing. I'm undergoing an apprenticeship training. I'll be called as vocational trainee or apprentice. Or I can be called as a trade apprentice if I am undergoing a training pursuant to any designated trade. Okay. So there are 3 types of apprentice: degree apprentice, occasional apprentice, or a trade normal apprentice. 3 things, nowhere connected, just to understand. There are 3 terminologies. Now let's start the chapter. Okay. So first question. People still confused also, it's completely fine. We're going with the chapter, you'll understand. Okay, ready? Okay. So first question, qualification for being engaged as an apprentice. I'm going to hire a person for doing, I'm taking an apprentice. What are the factors you have to keep in mind? A person shall not be qualified being engaged as an apprentice to undergo an apprenticeship training in any designated trade. What is designated trade? Designated by central government. That's why we are having the designated trade means a trade designed by central government after consulting with Central Apprenticeship Council. So you cannot do a apprenticeship training unless he is not less than 14 years of age. 14 years of age. But if it's a designated trade with respect to hazardous industries, 18 years. So a person shall not do a training designated trade unless he is of 14 years of age or 18 years of age in case of hazardous work. And he satisfies such a standard of education as well as physical fitness as may prescribed. Different job will require different type of educational qualification and physical fitness. Based on that, he will have to. So, what is the qualification of appointing an apprentice? No person shall be allowed to work as an apprentice to undergo a designated trade unless he is of 14 years in case of normal scenario, 18 years in case of hazards. Second thing, he should always meet the education and physical fitness as required by the different job profile. Pakka, this is your first question. Qualification for being appointed as an apprentice. First question. First likely question. Easy. Online. Okay, you're not happy with online. Okay, day online. Second question. Contract of apprenticeship. Second likely question is contract of apprenticeship. Okay. Okay. No person shall be engaged as an apprentice to undergo apprenticeship training in a designated trade unless such a person has entered into a contract of apprenticeship with the employer. So read carefully. No person shall be engaged as an apprentice to undergo apprenticeship training unless he has entered into a contract of apprenticeship with the employer. So what if it's a minor? Guardianship side. So no person shall be engaged as an apprentice to undergo apprentice training in a designated trade unless such person has entered into a contract of apprenticeship with the employer. If he's a minor, then his guardian will sign an agreement with the employer. Easy. First point is okay. Done. Now, so you joined your articleship. 5 days you will see how the organization is working. Okay. Then you will have to enter an agreement with the employer that I am going to undergo a CS training under you. So you are signing the agreement on 5th day of your joining. What is your date of joining? Date of signing. Shall be deemed to have commenced on the date on which a contract of say has been entered into. Meaning only on signing. That is your first day. So assume that you are entering into office today for 1 year of training, but you are signing on 11th day. You are working for 1 year and 11 days because 11th day should be your first day. So no contract of apprenticeship will start unless you have entered into the agreement previously said. So your date of training is presumed to have started on the date of you people signing the agreement. Pakka? So apprenticeship training shall be deemed to have commenced on the date on which the contract as above has been entered. Okay. Every contract of apprenticeship may contain such terms and conditions as may be agreed to be parties to the contract. This apprenticeship contract will have terms and conditions as agreed by both parties, employer and trainee, but that it can never be inconsistent with this law, meaning it can never override or violate this law. So you can have any terms and conditions in such a manner that it is at par with your apprenticeship act. It can never override your apprenticeship act. Done. 3 points are okay, manageable. Now, every contract of apprenticeship entered into shall be sent by the employer within 30 days to apprenticeship advisor. So we have seen other party. Apprenticeship council, central apprenticeship council. First point. Now we are seeing a word called as apprenticeship advice. Until a portal is developed by central government, we already have a portal. So, or portal site developed. Okay. So if it's a portal, no, within 30 days, I mean within 7 days. So if you are giving physical thing, previously it was 30 days. Now since a portal is developed, old law now, 1961 law now, 2014 I guess portals are coming into picture. Now everything is into portal. So portal means you have to send within 7 days of entering the agreement. So you have to give it to whom? Apprenticeship advisor. Now apprenticeship advisor feels that there's something is not right, the terms and conditions are not good, then he can communicate his rejection within a period of 15 days from the receipt of that application. So the contract is signed by these people and sent by the employer to the apprenticeship advisor. He feels that some points are not aligned, not properly with the law, then he can send a rejection. If not, this person can register the contract within 30 days of receipt. So he can, if he's not happy, he can say no within 15 days or yes within 30 days. Okay. So this is your second question. Contract of apprenticeship. Just read every point. See if it's okay. Easy. Let's see what do you mean by, sir, explain the contract of apprenticeship. No person shall be engaged into a apprenticeship training for doing, engaged as an apprentice to do an apprenticeship training unless he has entered an agreement with the employer. If it's a minor, starting. Second, shall be deemed to be commenced from the date in which the signing happened. Third, shall contain such terms and conditions, but it can never be overriding the law. This shall be sent by the employer to the apprenticeship advisor or apprenticeship advisor or to the portal, as the case may be. Now, this advisor, if he's happy, he'll send the reply within 30 days. Not happy, within 15 days. Sir, what if I forget this 15 days and 30 days? Prescribed period. Write as prescribed period. It's completely fine. If you're confused, don't write. If you're confused, like sir, 15 or 30, write prescribed period. That's a fair answer. Rather than writing 35, 45 and all. Because anyone can remember these numbers, no? 15, you get a book, you can see 15. Concept you have to understand. Now, until the, if it's a portal, it's an electronic portal available, then send within 7 days. If not, all the scenario you have to give within 30 days.
Sir, it should be done by both or video?
Employer.
No, online.
Now it's only 7 days. Now it's only portal is there. 1960s law, no. Until a portal is developed. Portal was developed in 2014, I guess, if I'm not wrong. So from that point, it's going to be registered online. Previously, it was physically sent to that person within 30 days. Now it's online registration within 7 days. Okay. So until the portal is established, until. So this portal is established from 2014. So technically you have to forward it to portal only. Okay. People, JAGL have done Indian Contract Act. Okay. Easy chapter.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what is novation. Novation. What is novation?
There is an agreement. We are cancelling or cancelling that and issuing a new agreement with new terms. That's possible.
So replacing old contract.
Yeah.
Okay. Difference between alteration and novation. No. Okay. That's a point. See, both are changes. Both the alteration and novation of the contract means change in the existing contract. But understand in the novation, there is a party also being changed. Say, for example, A said, I'll repay the loan with interest. I'll repay the loan with interest. after 3 years. They're changing the term, saying that give me one more time. So 4 years, give me time. So if they're changing that contract, it's called alteration of a contract. Now hey, A is very poor. He's not having any financial backup. A's girlfriend says, this loan I'll pay. Now, one of the term of the condition changing is what? Not the 4 years, not the 3 years, but the party. So whenever there's a change in the party, it's act as a novation. So there's a girlfriend in the picture, A in the picture, and B in the picture. When the parties are changing, we call it as novation. Terms are only changing, we call it as alteration. Now let's talk about novation of a contract apprenticeship. It can be a pure 5-mark question. Now you have to understand why this is relevant. Okay. Okay. Now people read this and tell me.
Working under a PCS firm,
Huh.
and in the middle of that, we can also choose another PCS and work there. While altering that agreement, it is called the duration of contract.
So who should sign that agreement? New agreement?
New agreement with new PCS.
Always remember the new agreement will be having everyone. Old employer, new employer, this person. Now people, this is very easy innovation. But understand, why are you going for another off employer? Tell me a reason. Okay. Any other reason?
Change of case.
Okay. So can I say that now people, I'll change this example. Say for example, I was working under an employer, I mean like a train PCS. We are shifting because of my parents got the job transfer. We are shifting to some other place, Mumbai. Now, what you have to do? You have to continue the remaining training under Mumbai, some other office in Mumbai, because if there is an online opportunity, then I can work here. If not, physical means what I have to do? I can't travel all the way from Mumbai to Chennai. So what I have to do? I have to change the employer. This concept is called novation. You are changing the employer. So the new agreement will be entered. Now understand, very important, the examples which I gave, or which you discussed, are wrong. Because the law. Where an employer with whom contract of apprenticeship has been entered is for any reason unable to fulfill his obligation. Meaning? Who? Employer. That's a point. Novation can be anything, no. But the language which they use is where an employer with whom you have entered a contract is unable to fulfill his obligation. Meaning, now the example is changing. So you entered the agreement with me to do a training in Bangalore. Now, the PCS office is shifting to Mumbai. Now, even if you are okay, I won't be able to give you training because I am shifting the place. So who is changing? Employer. That's the only thing which you have to catch. But your example is completely fine. Okay. But I'm telling you, if you read the proper international law, it talks about the employer unable to fulfill his obligation of giving the training. Not you people getting the training. Language. So, where an employer with whom, so ignore this, come back normal example, same example. You can, for a studying purpose, you can think about the normal example. Your house is shifting, you can't continue, but actual thing is employer is not able to give you an opportunity, continue the operation. Then first point, with the approval of apprenticeship advisor. So first approval should be apprenticeship advisor. It is agreed between the employer, apprentice, or his guardian. Why guardian? Minor minor and other employer. So there is an agreement happening between old PCS, you, new PCS, and an approval of apprenticeship advisor. Clear? There are three parties involved. Who? Old PCS, new PCS, and you or your guardian. PCS is the practicing company secretary. Okay. Welcome to CS. Okay. Then, what is that new agreement? That apprentice shall be engaged as an apprentice under the other employer for the unexpired portion of the period of apprenticeship training. This agreement on registering with the apprenticeship advisor shall be deemed to be the contract apprenticeship between the apprentice or from that date, the first employer's agreement shall terminate. So they're telling you from the day you are entering into a contract, new contract with whom? Employer, and you. After taking approval of apprenticeship advisor, we presume that old contract is torn away and you have a new contract with the new employer. Clear? This concept of changing the parties is called novation of a contract of a apprenticeship. It should happen only with the prior approval of advance approval of apprenticeship advisor, and the agreement should happen between old employer, new employer, and the you, so that you can continue your unexpired portion with the new employer. Easy? Concept is clear? This is called novation of contract. People, online. So you're training for what 24 months. You have completed 15 months. Because of some reasons you are not able to continue with the old trainer, old practicing company secretary. Remaining 9 months you are completing with a new practicing company secretary. You can enter into a new contract with whom? You, old PCS, new PCS, subject to a prior approval of apprenticeship advisor. This kind of change of a contract where you are changing the parties as well will be called as novation of a contract. Hence, you have to continue your unexpired portion of the pending contract with the new employer.
Sir, if it's a new agreement, why is the old person included?
That's why it's called novation. Because it is his obligation to give a training. No, what was my agreement? I'll give you a training for 24 months. Now what I'm saying, 15 only I'm giving, 9 you can give to that person. I'm okay that saying that 15 months training I have done. Please complete the remaining 9 for the purpose of the benefit of the employee. Okay, concept is clear. So you have to get an prior approval of apprenticeship advisor and an agreement between you or your guardian with the old employer and new employer for the completion of unexpired portion of the period of apprenticeship training. Next, one more heading. Engagement of apprentice from other state. Can you go training under PCS in Chennai? Good for you. Okay. 2 minutes. Talk. How are you? Fine. Okay. CS training is apprenticeship, sir. Not necessarily. They call it just CS training only. Some laws, some words. Yeah.
Intention is also
Training only, but we have separate law now. If there's no separate law, you go with this. CS law will specifically say what is training now. So if there is no law to regulate, go with this law. With a specific law which talks about training, go with that. So our thing is totally governed by normal CS provisions. Okay. Yes. Some other myths about CS. Why did you travel all the way from Hyderabad? Which was your place? Visakhapatnam. Why Vizag to Bangalore?
Vizag didn't have any coaching.
Okay. So Bangalore. Okay. Others. Okay. Again, how many from Tamil Nadu? Okay. 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 So had this you people came for Chennai, then this session would have happened in Epo. Next year, Jan or Feb. Because here we talk about, I mean, this is December window, no? December window, it's always group 1. Chennai, now we are having group 2. Here JAG is done, there CMS is done. Capital Market Securities Law. Paper 1 is done. Now they will be starting with taxation, then to ECAPL. So Chennai batch, second group I'm happy because only CMSL. For a first group I'll be like doing company law, and then I'll come back next Chennai. I'll go again for labor laws 2 times. Here I'll come for only labor laws. So people ask me why Chennai over Bangalore. I love that wheel. I carry an umbrella with that because your Chennai class time is 7:30 to 12:30. 7:30 to morning 7:30 to after 12:30. Yeah, so 12:30 after the class is 1 kilometer travel. I'll walk with an umbrella. I like Chennai. I know. Coimbatore very rare for CA foundation. Bangalore once now it's Bangalore for labor laws and Bangalore for your corporate finance CS professional. 1 batch. So 2 times I'll come for Bangalore. Chennai is almost couple of CA foundation batches, CS executive company law, CMSL labor laws. Almost 5 months will be in Chennai. 5 months will be Chennai. My training happened in Chennai, so I like Chennai. This articleship is in Chennai. Yes, is the. So how many of you are planning to do articleship in Bangalore? Bangalore, not your hometown. First, okay. No problem. You will finish. Hyderabad. Okay. So, you can do training in both PCS and company. You are aware of that. My training happened in Chennai.
In a PCS,
PCS.
which PCS?
Provis Corporate. Provis. PROWIS. 1 year training, no? Happy training. Okay, some other questions? Confusion? Continue the class. Oh, very studious people, Ada. What old people? Okay. So if you're not completing, I will extend till 10 o'clock also. That's the beauty of Chennai, you know. 12:30, even if I extend 15 minutes also, not a problem. Here I can't extend. Time is so. Okay. So yes, next topic. So third question. So you've done 2 questions. I mean, you have done 3 questions. One is qualification, contract, novation. 3 questions are done. Let's talk about 4th question. Period of apprenticeship training. Very easy answer. Third question. So people, period of apprenticeship training. Sir, how much is the period of apprenticeship training? Ask me prescribe, ask me prescribe, ask me prescribe, ask me prescribe. Answer is simple, but you have to write. In case of trade apprentice who having undergone institutional training in a school or other institution recognized by National Council and have passed the trade test or examination conducted by that council. Okay. Telling you, you are a trade apprentice. You are a trade apprentice. Okay. Trade apprentice. And you have completed your institutional training. Remember the word institutional training. Some training in a school or other recognized by National Council. So a National Council, there was one more council called a National Council. They have said these are the schools. We are recognizing these schools. You have done institutional training. So can I say that there is something called institutional training? Now you are going. So can I say that there's some kind of training you have already done. You have basics before going for proper training. Now we are talking about training. For that training, you have already completed some basics. How basics, sir? The basics will be known if you have done an institutional training under a school recognized by a national council and have cleared test or examination conducted by National Council. So there are different types of training we are going to see. Sir, we are going to talk about how much duration I should go for a training. Sir, I'm going for a training. Can I say it's a practical training? I'm going for a practical training. Before the practical training, I have already undertaken some basic training, like an institution training. From where, sir? From a school recognized from National Council, and I have cleared all those exams conducted by them. Then law will prescribe what is my time period of training. Which training? Practical training. So we are talking about practical training. For that, you have already done something called as, you have base called as institution training. From where did you do this? From a school recognized by national level, and they have already conducted some tests and exams. You have qualified them. Then how long should I go for a training, sir? Ask me, prescribe. 1. Second, sir, again I'm a trade apprentice. I have undergone institution training. Okay, where sir? In a school or other institution done by state. And I passed the trade test examination conducted by the state council. Then ask may be prescribed. So first point. Okay. So now I'll talk about other 2 points. Other trade apprentice, graduate technician apprentice. Ask may prescribe. People. So I'll give you a hint. We are talking about 4 points. Trade apprentice. Okay. Trade apprentice. Trade apprentice. That degree or occasional apprentice. Okay. So this trade apprentice, other than point number A and B, ask may be prescribed. What am I talking? I'm talking about his training period. Training period. Or I'm calling it as practical training period. So ask may be prescribed. For a degree or apprentice, sir, ask may be prescribed. So third category talks about trade apprentice. For him, training period is what? Ask may be prescribed. For degree or vocational apprentice, training period is ask may be prescribed. Sir, okay, then we know only trade apprentice and degree or occasional apprentice. Wait, trade apprentice can be some people who have already done something called as institutional training. Institutional training. Where did you do this training? Centrally recognized school or state recognized school. And did you pass their examination? Yes. Pass the test. You have passed the test. Then for you people, ask may be prescribed. So what are they saying? They have 4 categories. Sir, how long should a degree or vocational apprentice do a training? Be prescribed, ask may prescribed. Whatever trade apprentice, ask may prescribed. Oh, easy? No, sir. Trade apprentice can be who has undergone central institution training and completed the test examination conducted by central. Then, okay, ask may prescribed. So, what about a trade apprentice was undergone institution training under state? Then, ask may prescribed. Easy. So, they will ask you period of apprenticeship training. You have to remember a word called 3 words: trade apprentice, trade apprentice, trade apprentice. Fourth one is graduate or technician apprentice. First 2 points you have to understand: undergone institutional conducted by central, state, and cleared what? Test or examination by state or central, as the case may be. Okay.
Yeah.
So we are talking about period of apprenticeship training. Okay, sir. Sir, what about a graduate or vocational apprentice? Ask may prescribe. We will prescribe. What about trade apprentice? Wait, trade apprentice can be 3 categories. Okay, sir. What about normal category? Ask may prescribe. Or trade apprentice can be who has already done institutional training under so some kind of training under central or state. And what happened? I have cleared examination conducted by central or state. Then training period ask me prescribe. Training period ask me prescribe. Easy. Online. Okay. This chapter, only difficult question is this one. The next question is this one. Fifth question is this one. Okay. So, previous point, I'll just read. You need not worry. Say for example, several employees may join together themselves through an agency. See, for the purpose of giving training, no, it can be some 2 or 3 employees joining together and giving training. That is also allowed. Not at all a question, but understand. It's okay for 2 or 3 employers join together for the purpose of designing the program. It's completely allowed. This question, fifth. Several two PCS can come together and plan a program. That's allowed. Several employees may join together. Fifth question is going to be a difficult one. Section 8. 2 or more employees may join together to give a training. 2 employers can join together. So, say for example, what? Company A and Company B, they need more workers, but they have to give training for them. Instead of giving separate training in Company A and Company B, A and B can sit together and design a curriculum. Thambi, for you I have explaining. Concentrate. Neither. Stylish t-shirt. I mean stylish shirt. So, he said, Telugu poya. Tinnava. Only word I know. Okay. So, employer, say for example, assume that company A is in the field of textiles. Company B is also in the field of textiles. B. So what? See, I am in Tirupati. Tirupur. I have textile industry, no. I need to give training for my workers. So we are neighbors. We'll sit together and give training. Once the training is done, we'll conduct exam interviews. We select people for all. Hello. Okay. Now people, before we start this section, this one, going to be difficult. So people, section number 6. I'm not telling 6 section. You have to read a section. Previous topic, section number 6. 6A, AA. Previous topic, section number 6A and AA. What is A? Institutional training, central, passing test examination conducted by them. Institutional training done by state, passing test conducted by them. That is 6A and 6AA. Because next topic will mention 6A. That's all. 6A and AA. That's why. So what is 6A? Central government test done. State government test done. Okay. Now let's talk about practical and basic training. Practical and basic training. Okay. Going to be complicated. So let's talk about the points. First point. Every employer shall make suitable arrangements in his workplace for imparting a course of practical training to every apprentice engaged. So, when I say training, what training I am talking about? Practical training. So, an apprentice is undergoing what training? Practical training. That's the only thing you have to remember. So, an apprentice is engaged by an employer and I have to give him practical training. Okay? Okay. First point is done. We're talking about practical training. Okay. Now, the central apprenticeship advisor or any other person, blah blah blah, authorized by state apprentice, we'll keep it as or state apprenticeship advisor. So, central apprenticeship advisor or any other person in the rank of assistant apprenticeship advisor authorized by the state apprenticeship advisor. Meaning you have two people, one central apprenticeship advisor or some other person notified by state apprenticeship advisor, or you can call it as state apprenticeship. So there are two advisors, central apprenticeship advisor or state apprenticeship advisor or person notified by state apprenticeship. So we are not marking that. Central apprenticeship or state advisor shall be given all reserved facilities for accessing to each apprentice with a view to his test and work to ensure that practical training is being imparted with accordance with the approved program. Okay. I'm telling you, first point, who should give a practical training? Employer. Employer should give a practical training. Now they are telling you, central advisor or state advisor, whenever they want, they can visit the employer and see if the work is done or he is learning this practical training in accordance with the programs. There will be syllabus, no? Whether the person is learning his skill as per the program can be assessed by central apprenticeship advisor or state advisor. So law is giving a permission whenever he wants. Who? Central advisor or state advisor. If they want, they can access. They are given access to apprentice with a view to test skill. Hey, did you attend the class properly? Ada? Someone can come and inspect. Who can? Central or state. So first point, every employer shall provide a suitable arrangement for training to the employee appointed under him. Second, central apprenticeship advisor or state apprenticeship advisor shall be given all reasonable facilities for access to such apprentice with a view to test his work and to ensure that practical training is being imparted in accordance with the approved program. Done. So this is practical training. Access given to central apprenticeship advisor or state apprenticeship advisor or their people or their like some assignee, some other person under them. You're able to see the difference? Only you? Done? Now, people, third point. 3, 4, 5 is the difficult part. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Such of a trade apprentice not undergone institutional training. We have seen the previous topic. Before giving a practical training, you should undergo institutional training under central or state. So I am a person who is coming here for practical training, but I have not done what? Institutional training in a school recognized by national or state. Clear? Then he shall, before admission in the workplace for practical training. So before he is going for a practical training, he should undergo a course of basic training, and the course of basic training shall be given to the apprentice having adequate facilities. Now, people, we know that a person is coming here for doing practical training, but when he'll be eligible for practical training, he's already undergone institutional training with central or state. Sir, what about other people who missed that? Meaning, I have not worked with the central recognition or state recognition for taking a institutional program. Then, employer, before giving him practical training, make sure, ask him to go to a place to take a training, pre-training. That training is not called institutional training, basic training. So, a person has not gone a institution training, because before practical training he should undergo a institution training, that's mandatory. Then employer shall send him this person to take institution training illa, basic training, before I'm giving him practical training. Okay. Online. Okay. So tell me the 3 points. First point. I'm giving what training? Okay. And access shall be given to central advisor or state advisor to access the test spark of the training. Make sure he should undergo institutional training before practical training. If you miss that institutional training, give him basic training. Okay. Okay, people. Concentrate. In case of apprentice other than graduate or vocational apprentice, the syllabus, equipment regarding practical training and basic training shall be approved by central government. So there is a graduate or when other than a graduate or technician. So there is no graduation or vocational course. Then syllabus, what is the basic training, what is the practical training shall be designed by central government after consulting with Central Apprenticeship Council. What if he is a graduate and he has some kind of basic education? No. So only syllabus will be designed. No. So third point, what are the training? Incorporation, binding up. So they're telling you, you are a apprentice. Okay, you are coming for practical training. You have a degree or vocational. You are a vocational person or not. Here, I will only design the syllabus. Syllabus will be designed by whom? Central government plus Central Apprenticeship Advisor. Council. Here, syllabus plus basic training should be designed by central government plus central apprenticeship council. So there's an apprenticeship is already having a degree, then only the syllabus of the practical training will be driven by central government after consulting with central apprenticeship council. If he is not having any degree, then including the syllabus for the basic training shall be designed by central government in consultation with central apprenticeship council. So if you are having a degree, only the practical training syllabus will be designed by government. If you are not having a degree, then basic training or syllabus as well as like your normal practical training syllabus shall be designed by central government plus central government in consultation with central apprenticeship council. People read. In case of apprentice other than graduate or occasional apprentice, the syllabus and equipment to be utilized for practical training including basic training shall be approved by central government in consultation with central apprenticeship council. In case of graduate or occasional apprentice, the facilities required shall be approved by central government in consultation with central apprenticeship council. Okay. So you are planning to go for a apprentice practical training. You are having a degree. Then syllabus for that or facilities will be designed by central government and consultation with central apprenticeship council. If you are not having a degree, then including the basic training or syllabus should be designed by central government in consultation with central apprenticeship council. So we have done 5 points, 5 complex points. Student, you have degree, you don't have a degree. You have degree means only the syllabus for the practical training will be designed by government. If you don't have the degree, design for the basic training will also be syllabus for the basic training will also be designed by central government. Okay. So people, try to read last 3 points. Last 3 points. The 3, this one. Hello. Can we talk about Samail later? Focus. Can we talk about Samail later? We can plan Sambar Sadam later. Now. Labor loss. ரொம்ப முக்கியம் பிகிலே. Okay. Now we'll learn interpretation here itself.
So once again, get the difference between knowledge.
In the fourth point, that apprentice does not have degree, then will be declared by any central government and the apprentice.
Only the designing of the practical training will be designed by central government. If you don't have a degree, including the basic training and the practice will be designed by the government. Okay. Now, interpretation. No, brain is not braining. Okay. So, what is the difference between all the 3 points? Difference between these 3 points. One second. Okay. So people, tell me difference between see your point number. This is 6 and 7, huh? 6, 7, 8. 6 and 7 talks about trade apprentice. Trade apprentice. This talks about degree apprentice. Okay. So first, like your graduate. Degree, graduate apprentice. Okay. Now, sixth point talks about basic training. Seventh point talks about practical training. Eighth point talks about practical training. So people, sixth point. So concentrate. We're talking about some cost. What cost? Recurring cost. So some cost. So first point talks about trade apprentice. Second point also talks about trade apprentice. Third point talks about graduate or occasional apprentice. Okay, done. First point is done. Then now what kind of training are they talking about? So people understand, they don't confuse. They talk about basic training. They talk about practical training, including basic, but ignore that including. Third talks about practical training. Okay. Now we are talking about cost. Cost plus stipend. Cost plus stipend. Cost minus stipend. Clear? Stipend is excluded, cost is separate. So total cost. Third point is total cost, but we are ignoring stipend. Now my question is, who should pay this? Correct, that we know. That's why this point. So first point is regarding trade apprentice. Second one is regarding trade apprentice. Third is regarding graduate or occasional apprentice. First point is regarding basic training. Second point is regarding practical training. Third point is regarding practical training. We are talking about cost plus stipend, cost minus stipend. Okay. Now let's talk about what the law is telling. First scenario, we are talking about cost including stipend with respect to trade apprentice doing basic training. Clear? So we are talking about cost including stipend given as a part of basic training to a trade apprentice. So 3 points: trade apprentice, basic training, cost plus stipend. They're telling you if the total number of workers are 250 or more, then the entire cost should be borne by employer. Less than 250, central government and state government will equally divide. So people, my cost plus stipend, total cost is 1000, stipend is 300. Okay, so the 1300 rupees, my total number of workers are 255. The entire cost will be borne by 1300 cost will be borne by employer. If my total employees are 195. It's equally divided by employer and central government. So my cost including stipend is 1300. How many workers are under me? I have 255 workers. Then the entire cost of 1300 rupees should be burned from the pocket of employer. So what about my number of employees are less than 250, 195? Then the total cost can be divided between equal shares between central government and employer.
So in that point, it is given beyond the limit by the employer.
250.
Second point.
Okay. Delete. Your brain is not good to process that. So 195, I mean 250 dane. 250 or more. So 250 or more coming under employer, less than 250, it should be borne by equal share of employer and central government. Okay. Say
Actually, in that point, second point, sir.
second point.
No, it's mentioned that if such employer employs less than 250, the employer and the government in equal share up to such limit prescribed by central government. It means like employer and state government will divide it, which will be prescribed by central
No.
government. Like that only.
No. It's like equal share. So don't confuse, nothing to do with an exam. Assume that central government says this much, half I'll pay. But they'll give a condition that, but I can give you half in such a manner that total cost which I'm going to burn for your employer, for you. Say for example, central government says my policy is like how much I burn. I'm ready to burn half. Half I'll take. But no matter what, I cannot give more than 50 lakh rupees. So if the total cost comes to 55 lakhs, then even if I say half, need not be half. Because government will not take more than 50 lakhs. So you keep it simple. If the number of employees are less than 250, government will put half, you will put half. But government will always say, I'll put half. Whatever you are taking a trainees of 2 lakh people, too much cost for the government can bear. So they said, subject to a maximum cap, I'll decide. So ignore that. You have less than number of 250, it should be equally divided between employer and employee. Okay. Now second point regarding practical training. So recurring cost, including the cost of stipend, given to a practical training to a trade apprentice should be borne by. So irrespective of the number of people, who should bear? Employer. So if the cost of practical training plus stipend comes to 1300, no matter how many be the employees, total cost will be borne by employer. So in case of trade apprentice, basic training and practical training, they said practical training, no matter what, entire cost will be borne by employer. But if it's a basic training, number of workers are less than 250, you have an option to share between you and central government. Workers are more, trainees are more than 250, you have to take the entire cost of what? Cost of basic training. Second point is practical training. Pakka? Now, sir, what about practical training given to graduate and technician apprentice? So we are presuming that they have got some institution training. So we don't have to give him basic training. So they're telling you recurring cost. So we are assuming that what they got basic training illa, institution training. Correct that? Assuming that they got the institution training. So what I have to give? I have to give only practical training. So practical training, assume that it is what? 1000 and 300. 1300. They're telling you the cost shall be borne by employer, meaning 1000 rupees will be borne by employer. 300 rupees can be shared between employer and central government equally. So last point, you have to take cost separately, stipend separately. Cost, entire cost should be borne by employer. Stipend can be equally divided between central government and so this is the only point. Other, see, same confusion kind of thing will happen in one of the labor code. Only confusion which will happen in this chapter. This, other than this, everything is okay. Every other chapters. So only part which I felt that is so confusing to teach. To keep on asking yourself this point. So we are talking about cost element. Okay, with this we'll break. So we are talking about cost element. The cost element means recurring cost including or excluding stipend. So for a trade apprentice, you have to give basic training as well as practical training. Both will have cost plus stipend. I'm telling you, for basic training, depends on number of workers under you. It can be totally paid by employer or shared between employer and government. But for a practical training, every cost should be borne by employer. For a graduate or vocational apprentice, we are assuming that he has already undergone basic or institutional training. We have to give him only what? Practical training. So cost component should be given by employer. Stipend component can be equally divided between employer and central government. Online. Bit difficult, but processed, no brains processed. So this will be one complicated scenario. So that's why I told you only this question. Table, make a screenshot, take a screenshot, something. People, I have I'm giving basic training to a trade apprentice. My total number of employees are 250. Who should bear the cost? My total number of employees is 250. If it's 250 or more, who should bear? Employer. So it is 249 only. That's a problem. So language, yeah, correct. My question was 250, no. Why? I gave it 250 because easy. Beyond 250, less than 250. But what about 250? They said 250 or more means employer. 249 or less only, say sharing. Okay? Understood? Okay. Done. Okay. Take a break, come back. Stronger. Other parts are easy. How many minutes break? Break.
How many minutes?
What did I say? 15. Done. 15 minutes break. The come back stronger. We'll finish early. No problem. Only today.
But sir used to go like
Hello. Iya, apa tadi? Udah normal kerja, normal kerja. அவங்க சக்க சோ பேசுறாங்க.
நீ உட்காந்து என்னென்னமோ பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தது அந்த உட்காந்து உங்களை பார்க்கவே வந்துருச்சு.
தெரியல அப்பயே நினைச்சாக்கா 5 நிமிஷத்துக்கு மேல
3 பாட்டு
நான் இங்க வந்து
எல்லாம் கில்லுக்குதான் போகுது. ராட்டிங் ஹெல்ப் போங்க. மெயின் அதுக்கெல்லாம் காரணம் யார் தெரியுமா? சும்மா ஒரு போன சொன்ன பெரியவரே ஆனா இதெல்லாம் தெரியல. என்ன விஷ்ணு? ஐயோ, விஷ்ணு தூக்குன விஷ்ணு. ஓ, ஞான பஞ்சமி. ஓகே. அரே எஸ்பா ஏரியா.
நீனே நடந்துக்கிறதுனால ரெட் கலர் இருக்கு.
இல்ல என்ன நான் ஸ்பீக்கர்ல இருக்கும் போல இங்கலாம் இருக்கு.
அவன் அங்கே கியூந்து போட்டு
போடா.
இவன் தப்பிக்கிட்டு இறங்கி
எனக்கு புரியல. யோ தள்ளாங்க. ப்ரோ டிக்கெட் சிரிப்பு புரியல. அட ப்ரோ திஸ் இஸ் வெரி ராங் ப்ரோ. தெரியாம வந்து தெரியுதுங்கற பாரு ரோசன் ப்ரோ. You can say that man. நீங்க அவ்வளோ மோசமான நீங்க ரொம்ப ஏதோ பூச்சி கெடுத்தது அப்படி ஆயிருக்கு. அவன் விட்டுட்டு ஏதோ கெடுத்தது
என்ன மனப்பாடம் தெரியா சாப்பிட்டு
எனக்கு ரொம்ப எடுக்க தெரியாம சொல்லிட்டேன் ப்ரோ. நீங்க இருக்கிறது மறந்து பேசுற பாருங்க ப்ரோ. ஆரம்பிச்சு வச்சுட்டு இவன் நல்ல சிரிக்கவே முடியாது. புரியுது
ஒரே நல்ல வேணாம்.
ஆமா உங்களை மாதிரி மேக்னெட் தான் யாரும் விட்டல.
சரியா நீ ஆல்ரெடி கம்ப்ளைண்ட் தெரியுது
அவங்க பேர் பாதி அவ்வளோ பேர் அது அதான் பண்றீங்க. அவ்வளோதான் சொல்லுவேன். உங்களுக்குதான்
இல்ல அந்த அக்கா இல்ல இல்ல இப்ப வந்து எந்த ஒரு கேட்டான்
எனக்கு என்ன தெரியும் ஏற்கனவே எனக்கு அது
அவங்களே சிரிப்பாங்க ரிசப்ஷன்
நீங்க முடிஞ்சா கூப்பிட்டு காமிங்க. யாரு ஒரு ஸ்பூன்
Attendance is done. All good. Okay. Last part. Now, obligation of employer, employee. So, 5 questions, sir. Now, question number 6 and 6 can be obligation of employer and employees under the apprenticeship. 7. Okay. So people, someone was here. Someone was here. Okay. Okay. So people, obligation of employers and employee. Employer shall have the following obligation. Employer, with respect to this apprenticeship training, should have the following responsibilities: to provide the apprentice with the training in his trade in accordance with the provisions of this act. He'll have to give proper training to the apprentice as per this law. Okay, sir. Then, if the employer is not himself qualified, I don't have much qualification, then ensure that a person who has the prescribed qualification is placed in charge of training. So if the employer, so try to give training to employee. Training. If the employer himself is not having that qualification, try to appoint a person who can give the proper training. For the purpose of this, please ensure to provide some instructional staff for imparting practical and theoretical training and facilities for trade test of apprentice, and carry out all obligations of the contract of apprenticeship. So they can ask you a question regarding obligations of employer and apprentice under this contract of apprenticeship. 1. Employer should provide the apprentice training in his trade. If the employer himself is not qualified, he should take someone who is qualified. He should appoint some instructional staff who can give imparting training, theoretical training, facilities for trade, etc. then carry out all those obligations under the contract of apprenticeship. Easy. Small topic. Now, you PCS people, what you have the responsibility now? You tell me. You are a trainee. What you have to do? Sir, learn your trade carefully. So, same question, no? Obligation of employer and employee. Club, mostly the club has one question. Learn his trade, okay, and diligently. Read, no? Consistently, okay. Okay. Same problem, no? So, same problem. So, diligently. Okay. Learn his trade diligently and endeavor to qualify himself as a skilled craftsman before the expiry of the period of training. I think some literature expert has written law. Endeavor to qualify himself as a skilled craftsman. Then attend practical and instructional classes regularly. Come for classes. Oh, okay. Whatever. You attend practical and instructional classes regularly. Come for the class daily. Like give some homework. Make sure you're doing this. Carry out all lawful orders of his employer and superiors. Carry out his obligation under the contract of apprenticeship. Okay. Then every graduate or vocational apprentice shall have the obligation to learn a subject field in engineering or technology, blah 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 blah. Same point. They're talking specific. All these points. Attend practical instruction training. Follow the orders of employer, employee. All these things. They're talking separately for graduate and vocational. Like learn his work diligently. Attend practical and instructional classes regularly. Carry out lawful orders. All those points repeated. It's nothing but repeat. This they are talking generally. The same heading they are reading with respect to graduate or vocational apprentice. Okay. So, what are the duties of apprentice? Learn his trade diligently and endeavor to himself to skilled craftsman. Okay. Attend practical and instructional classes regularly. Carry out lawful orders given by superiors as well as employers. Carry out all the obligations of the contract of apprenticeship. This person, expert person, same work. Done now? Okay. That's question number 6. Question number 7. People, I'll tell you your plan. You have a JAGL pending, no?
Yes.
Pending to study.
Yeah,
It will be there, no? All the chapters.
sir. Yeah, sir.
Okay. So plan accordingly. You go have a sound sleep. That's first thing which you have to do. After a sound sleep, wake up, spend 1 hour a day for the subject. 1 hour. 1 hour for every day. Try to give 1 hour after the class. I'll tell you, with 10 days, you will be able to score 36 marks. 100%. But make sure 1 hour after sleep. So today I'll go and read. No, I cannot guarantee. I can guarantee you 15 marks. Tomorrow morning, first thing you are doing this. Read this. If you find time, then you can go allot for other subject, JAGL. But at least 1 hour, then at least one subject will be so cool. That's how you strategize things. And say, for example, the third subject is company law. You have JAGL pending. Ignore JAGL. Learn company law because you are learning from a mistake. Sir, I missed reading properly JAGL. I didn't study. Okay, it's okay. And when you start company law, study only company law. Then company law is done. When you start your CAFM, do only CAFM. Then you will have 1 month break, no? That time you spend at least 10 days, 12 days for JAGL. Try to score some 50 marks, 45 marks. That's how you do. Don't confuse yourself saying that, sir, I have the subject pending. Ignore that subject. So it's completely fine to go back to a JAGL in your study leave. But don't do the same mistake. Now you have learned from JAGL. I assume if you have done that, sir, I didn't attend classes properly, or I have not studied properly. It's okay. Consider this as your subject. We are meeting now, no? So this is your first motivation day. You start your day saying that I'll start with your setting up a business. Labor laws as my first subject. Make sure look for 40 to 36 marks. Setting up a business. By the time class is over now, you will be able to score decent mark with setting up a business also. So I look for 60 marks in SBIL. JAGL, if you put a decent effort, anyway you can score 50 plus. Company law will be difficult, look for 52. Make sure all these paper are giving you at least 10 mark together. Say for example 55, 53, 53 put together 11 marks. So that even if I score 40 marks in CFM, I should be clear in the group with 201 marks. So I would say ideal mark is 203. I'm not saying so 250 marks. No, 203 for group 1 and a solid 185 in group 2. Group 2 you can score. So if you're planning for both groups, no, think like, sir, at least one group there should be having a positive mark out. How many of you planning for both groups? Both groups in December, June. Okay. Yeah, attended the group 2. Okay. No. Oh, then okay. You will clear now. You will clear now. Then what is the point of you are writing both groups? Okay. Others? December both. Okay. December. So you have attended group 2 classes. Okay. Because I have some students who's parallelly, there'll be some students, no? They'll attend my CMSL class Chennai and this labor law class Bangalore. Parallel doing both groups. Same time. Online. Or last batch I got a student who came physically for my company law and labor laws. I don't know. Physically for CMSL, online for labor laws. Because Bangalore, no. So understand, when you're registering both groups, register. Have a solid plan because you have September 25th due date for registering, no. Register both groups. I'm talking about those people. 2 groups. Read. By October 26, random date, you'll understand that, yes, I'm okay. Then go with the same wavelength. By October 26, you are like, sir, I'm done with only 50% of both groups. Ignore any one of the group and write one group. Because if you're by October 26, you are at least 70%, 80% completed, then okay. Both groups are manageable. Just because you paid fees doesn't mean that you have to write. You paid fees, do your work, make sure by October 26, 27, you should be understanding whether you will be okay. Ask yourself. If it's good, go ahead. If you're having doubt, confused, then no. If you're good, go ahead. If you're not good, if you're confused, then you're going to drop. Confused means no risk. Confused means dropping only. One group, which can be anything. First group or second group. Just because you paid doesn't mean that you have to continue. Because one attempt is all that matters. So ignore that, write for that one group and look for another group in next attempt. That's how we plan. Okay, strategically moving. So others for June attempt, no problem. Because your motivation started today. Good to go. Very good. We met now. We met that bonding chemistry is working means done. Trust me. Magical powers. They hire me for magical powers only. Black magic killer. Pure magic. Pure magic. Okay. Now people. Hours of work, overtime, leave and The weekly daily hours of work of an apprentice while undergoing practical training in a workplace shall be determined by employer. Okay, the weekly daily hours of work while undergoing practical training shall be decided by employer. Okay, super sir. Now, an apprentice shall be entitled to such leave and holidays as observed in the establishment. He'll have leave as well as holidays. He will not work 24/7. He'll have 24/7 applies only for you people. Till you clear. Now, important point. No apprentice shall be required or allowed to work overtime. So we have second scenario. First chapter we saw something called overtime. Who cannot do overtime? Adolescent. Apprentice shall not be required overtime except. So apprentice can be given overtime. Adolescent, no overtime. Apprentice may be given overtime. First, with the approval of apprentice advisor, and overtime is in the interest of the training or public interest. Why public will be interested? Diwali. Interpretation is interpreting. Onama. Day. I'm a trainee. I work in this field, medical field or fire engine. I mean that fire force. Fire engine. Dane. Fire force is the water thing. No da. Fire engine danda. There's a difference between fire engine and fire force. Fire force and fire engine is two different things. No. My question is, fire engine department and fire force department is two different departments. No. You assume that you fell into a well. You will call a fire force department. Your house is burnt. You will call a fire engine. Okay, maybe my interpretation. Go no. Okay. Firefighters department and fire force department is different. Fire force is anything. Firefighters are fire. Okay. So you are undergoing a practical training in a firefighters department. Now, you might have to work overtime for the purpose of your learning. They feel that it's better if you learn to work irrespective of the sleeping hours. So I want to give a training during like 3 a.m. alarm, someone. So that time I will ask him to work for overtime or best interest of the public. Meaning, public is affected for that fire incident. I'll ask my trainee to work that time. Not because of your Diwali. So trainee is not allowed to work overtime except when the apprentice advisor feels that overtime is for the benefit of the trainee as well as which will benefit the public. Okay. So easy. Hours of work shall be determined by the employer. He's okay for leave and holidays as the case may be. Third point. He's not allowed to accept work overtime except approval of apprenticeship advisor. Second, that it is in the best interest of 2A, his training, or 2B, public interest. You're able to understand? So hours of work, overtime, leave and holidays of a apprentice. Okay. Now, apprentices are trainees and not workers. Why? Why this heading? I have to give bonus to every workers. Doesn't mean that I have to give bonus to apprentice. That's all. People, easy. Records and return. You have to maintain records, return, annual return. Already known points. Okay. Sir, what if there is one small point. What if there is a dispute between employer and apprentice arising out of contract of apprenticeship? Yes, sir. So not because of tea break. Adalilla. Something connected to the apprenticeship training. You can always refer to apprentice advisor. Now, this advisor is giving an opinion and you are not happy. Then you can go with an prefer an appeal. So if you are not happy with the decision made, who is not happy? Agreed party. It can be both employer or trainee. You can go with the appeal. Appeal to the committee or like up. Okay, if you're not confused, to the appellate authority. Try that. If you're confused, so first thing, who will decide? Apprentice advisor. If not, you can appeal to the appellate authority. Okay. Then two more allied points. Okay. Offensive penalty not required. Now, some authorities, we have seen some names: National Council, Central Apprenticeship Council, State Council, some boards. Again, not required. Some random names we have seen. Advisor, State Advisor, some names not required. Now just read these 2 points. Read. First point. Every trade apprentice who has completed the period of training may appear for test to be conducted by National Council to determine its proficiency in the designated trade. So once your training is completed, you have to go stand before a National Council to write your test paper and ensure that you are qualified to be an ACS. Okay. Now, so your period of training is completed. You may go stand for an exam conducted by National Council to determine your proficiency in that trade. Okay. Then, if you are passing the test, you will be granted certificate of proficiency in the trade by the National Council. Okay. Every graduate or technician apprentice, graduate or occasional apprentice who completes his apprenticeship training. Okay. Now people understand, for a trade apprentice, who will give certificate? National Council. For a graduate or occasional apprentice, it is given by regional board. So trade apprentice, it is given by National Council. For a graduate apprentice or a vocational apprentice, it is given by regional board. Easy. Last point. Done. Today we are wrapping up early. Okay. Okay. Now, the training is completed. You may get a job offer in the same company. For that rules, every employer shall formulate its own policy for recruiting an apprentice completed the period of apprentice training in his establishment. So, employer can have his own policy for recruiting a person after completing the training. So, employer will have policies. After doing the training, we will give an opportunity for you people to come as a normal employee. We have policies. Okay. Now, where there is a condition in a contract of apprenticeship that the apprentice shall, after successful completion of apprenticeship training, serve the employer shall, on such completion, be bound to offer suitable employment to the apprentice and the apprentice shall be bound to serve the employer in the capacity. Meaning, I will have my policy. At the same time, our contract says I will have to give you work, or you will have to work under me. Same no. I will have to give a job, or you will have to serve. Then you will have to work, I will have to give work. So it's same. So as employer can have a policy of hiring people. Hiring whom? Trainees. Now, if your contract says I am obliged to give you job, or you are having an obligation to work under me for a fixed period, then I shall give you work and you are bound to work under me as per the contract. Okay. Now, if he see, first thing, I can have a policy. Second thing, my contract says, so employer is having a policy which says whenever you are passing your exam with A plus grade, I'll give you a job. That's my policy. Ignore that. Now my contract says you have completed the program, I'll give you work, and since I'm giving you training, you have to work. So it's my obligation to take you, or it's your obligation to work under me. Then you have to work under me for that period. Now that period is what? Employment period. What if I'm offering the same stipend? They said, if the Sanna apprenticeship advisor feels that the amount of salary now you are going to pay, or the duration of this contract is not reasonable, he may alter that. I said a stipend was 10,000 and I'll hire you with 10% increase. That's not favorable, no. So apprenticeship advisor may revisit the contract and say that no da, it cannot be 11,000 rupees. It can be more. So it's always open for the apprenticeship advisor to revise such period of or remuneration as the case may be. Online easy. Okay, people, let's summarize. So how many chapters completed? 3. Easy with me. So first chapter is regarding child and adolescent. You have 3 questions. How is the law prohibiting child labor, adolescent, then condition of work? No overtime, not between 7 p.m. and 8 a.m. Those points. Second chapter, furnishing returns. Okay. I am exempted. What should I do? I am exempted, I know. What should I do? What should I file? What should I file? Form 1, register 1, 2, register 2 and 3, and 3 more points. Wage slip, measurement slip, accidents under Factories Act and Plantation. Third chapter, Apprentice Act. 1, who can undergo training? Who can undergo that 14 years of training? Contract of apprenticeship, novation, that training period of training. Ask my prescribe. No, before that, a practical training and a basic training, including the cost, obligations. Both. Working hours, offering employment. So just read this. So technically you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12 questions. 12 questions put together in 3 chapters. Okay, at online. Okay. So revise this. Tomorrow we'll start with 23. 23. Okay, and we'll see. We'll see.
What we are going to start with?
Tomorrow, chapter 20, last chapter. Post. Prevention of sexual harassment. Depends. See, with time purpose, we'll start some other chapter also, if not post. Online, thank you. We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.